What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back for another installation of the Siege Double Shot, and this time we're coming at you SAL LCQ style. And we got a banger day of Siege for you ahead. I'm the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me always my partner and co-host on the desk, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. Another day of SILCQ. So, man, we are starting to run out of leagues, run out of options, and run out of days. This is literally the last chance. SAL, APL, the last two that are left. And this weekend will decide the final two teams who is going to the 6th Invitational in Paris. We are kicking off the playoffs today. And honestly, my friend, what a game we have got in store for you. Team Liquid. That's a thing I didn't expect to say in a lifetime ago. Liquid versus LFO, and you know what? This is Sexy Cake's team, and looking forward to seeing what these guys can pull off. We take a look at that bracket. Man, there's a bunch of games going on. 2-game RC, Elevate, Loud, Supernova, Black Dragons, 0-0 Siete, 007 down at the bottom, and man, that is going to be a great one as well. But we're going to see quarterfinals and semifinals today.
Well, you did say it. Team Liquid versus LFO, Enix being brought up here. Man, this promises out the gate, game number 1, to be an absolute banger. No need to go through the names. You know exactly who we're looking at right now. Team Liquid, Enix, and they're going head-to-head in this best of 3.
Yeah, this is for sure the T1 teams doing battle here. And again, it comes down to this last chance qualifier. It's crazy that only one of these 8 teams that are left in are going to make it in. Is it going to be Liquid? Are we seeing them fight for an LCQ spot? You know what? There's just not enough space in the 6th Invitational, and sometimes the greats have to fight alongside the going-to-bes. Now, the question is, where are we going, my friend? The map ban's in play, and you know what? We had a fantastic moment early on in this broadcast as we're setting up for it and said, you know what? With Skyscraper gone, there is not a map that I am unhappy about in this entire lineup. This has got to be one of my favorite competitive landscapes of all time. It's just unfortunate that Fortress and Lair go down early in the map ban phase.
No kidding, right? Cafe and Clubhouse off the board as well. Those might become the two now that I'm like, okay, I don't want to see Clubhouse. I don't want to see Cafe. They're boring. They're old. They're solved. But either way, not going to be the case today. We're starting out on Chalet, and then we're headed to Bank, and then should fate deem it necessary, should we get the opportunity for a map number 3, Nighthaven Labs to finish it off. Honestly, banger setup.
Yeah, if I had to pick a map that would replace Lair as one of my, one of the ones I wanted to see a T1 team do battle, yeah, Bank is it. Chalet Bank to guaranteed in this best of 3 is a fantastic lineup. You said it. But first, man, we have got to start off on Chalet, and it is game time.
Let's go. Just straight in. We're going to get this one done, and we're going to Chalet. Man, this is like one of our favorite maps, especially when we started out casting run. Chalet was it for us. It was the map. It's the one we played the most often. It's the one that we hoped to see, and now is taking on this very fun life of its own, right? Internationally attacker-sided, but when both teams are good, still can see that defensive-sided nature, that first floor meta that's ringing out. I'm excited to see how bans are going to play out.
Yeah, the big question, it's sort of the team's map-specific, team-specific, whether or not you go for the hard breach, the breach denial, the cheese ops, and a little bit of both here on the board so far. Liquid getting rid of the Azami, and honestly, great call. So good across the board. It's a tough choice. Every single map to decide whether or not Azami goes down. She's going to be backed up by Clash, and then LFO says, you know what? Liquid, you're going to have to play that fundamental strategic siege. We're going to give you all of the hard breach ops. We're going to give you the shields, but you are not going to be able to use those attacker utility ops. Grim and Ying gone.
Yeah, and you know, makes complete sense, especially for Chalet. There's several positions where you can get in quickly, take space, and both of those operators are
Defenders,
great
protect your
at
bombs
doing
from
that,
being
both
defused by
in
attackers.
finding out where the folks are sitting with the Grim and then just
Attackers have
causing
located a
chaos
bomb.
inside with the Candelas on Ying. So no surprises there. Clash gonna go, Azami gonna go on the other side again. Is gonna leave Mira up potentially to be in play. Not gonna see it here for this first sight on Bar Gaming, and instead, it's a double. They're doubling down on that projectile deny as both Wamai and Jaeger are on board.
I just want to say one more time, thanks to everyone who joined us last night, late into the
10
night,
seconds left
to
before
watch the
insertion.
APL qualifiers, getting to see CAG play it out, and they're in the lower bracket here, taking place tonight. We appreciate y'all being here, 30 away from 8,000, and what a number. Appreciate everybody being here to watch this match happen.
30 away from 8,000 followers. What a community, what a game, and what a day of siege. Looks like they're setting up top for a real investment in this second floor run. They're not even putting rotates in at the top of the site. They're putting barricades for the rest of the doorways. They're wanting to make sure that they eat up as much time as possible, get as much sound cues as possible as to where you're going to be at to make this first bit of play.
That's a question. You know, a lot of times when you play the T1 teams, how quickly are you going to move? How much of a focus on intel is there going to be? Are they going to try and push the advantage against the up and coming roster here? Now, obviously, this team has been around for a while, all with the old tags, and they're looking for an org. So they want to put up a fantastic match today, be able to show why they deserve that spot. So a little bit of action happening in the library to start this thing off, but pretty solid hold upstairs from LFO, and I think we're getting the first indication so far. Liquid on the attack is moving slowly, methodically, planning, and there's those drones coming out, so they're certainly not moving with the ultra aggression at this point early in the match.
Still just kind of opening up some of these sight lines, giving themselves another avenue to put some pressure onto this Mez player. Well, he's locked in. He's got people all around him, though, and they're going to find that first kill. Oh, man, Mitrix is going to get ripped off the board. Answered back, though. Daffo goes down. Reduct able to find one. Diaz able to find one as well. Does put us into a 4v2, kind of late off into the round here. Smoke canister does go out. It's going to stop a little bit of that push towards Reduct, who's made his way down those fireplace stairs, those Mez stairs right now. Man, 4v2, they've got some stopping power. They've got some potential to make sure that they can hold out. They've got 52 seconds in which to do so.
Yeah, but you got 4 attackers left alive against 2 of the LFO defenders, and they're playing relatively spread out right now, right? Bo3 is holding on to Dining solo, and then over on the stock side, and look at this, he goes to throw the smoke out and then almost loses his life. The gunners there on LFO are ready for it, but Reduct makes a little bit of a mistake, walks out into the hallway, and then a triple for him.
Man, all of a sudden does make this into a game. It's a low health scenario. They take a swing. Maya's able to take a Bo3 off the board, and that's going to be an attacker win right out the gate, and it did get done quite dramatically.
Yeah, you're talking about heading into a 4v2 there to really boost your score line. They had a couple great shots. I mean, Liquid, some absolute gunners on this team, mechanically gifted. I mean, part of the reason that they're on the pro team, certainly. And felt like, I wouldn't say LFO's a little bit unprepared, but man, they're going to have to watch holding those angles and maybe play a little bit more aggressively on defense, because just letting the Liquid attackers approach their locations didn't work so well on round 1. So we're not going to see another first floor site. They're going to go upstairs to that second floor. This time opening up a few more of those sight lines so you can hear all the shotguns going off, but unfortunately Smoke was not able to use all of his area denial on that previous one, dying with a little bit of that util in pocket, but he was trapped in the corner in stock. This is the question, how much are they going to change this up? Is it going to be super aggressive, or are we going to play passively over the rest of this round? LFO, let's see what you got.
right. And you know what? We are going to change a little bit of the ops as we head up to the second floor. Anticipating some shield play. Sexy Cake brings out the Ella. Going to try to disrupt some of that Blackbeard as he gets in to take some of that space. And then the Chalet Classic, the one that is played every time we see Chalet at least once. Frost is on the board to prevent those quick jump-ins.
Yeah, so good on the second floor where you've got the windows off highway and a little bit difficult to see, lots of cross angles set up. So trap ops, one of the things that can manage a overly aggressive attacking team at this point. So I've got a lot of these sight lines open. Almost, it feels like not quite the bait the attack into taking those shots, but certainly going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to approach some of these power positions. So the piece that they're going to use, man, there it is. That frost mat hits in library. The nade comes out. W play from LFO to pick up that opening kill on the Blackbeard.
Redux with the Pokeball. He says, I choose you, Blackbeard. Gotta catch them all, and he finds one. Numbers do get equalized, though, as Wamai does go down. Mitrix is able to take Maya off the board, and so that will see that main advantage head over into LFO's hands.
Yeah, and that's a big loss there for the Liquid team because Maya had a couple great shots on that previous round. So again, losing the gunner this time. The nade's going out, not going to hit, but the trades keep on happening. Vox there, after picking up a triple on the last round, picks up another double on round 2. He's sitting at 5-1 currently. They're carrying this team just a little bit, and they have got the man advantage coming into halfway through this round. That was a lot of action to happen in the first minute 30 seconds here, because you're still talking about 5 left alive, but 5 deaths already. Moving a lot more action here on round 2.
Absolutely, and Nesk is able to take Sexy Cake off the board, so main advantage now maintained by LFO. As they are just trying to hold out for this last 68 seconds, and not a bad position to find yourself in. You still do have the Deimos, although he sands any grenades to force any movement, and the big part, some utility in the hands of Nesk, right? New DMR being utilized here, and he's going to try to force some movement right now. 47 seconds left.
Yeah, a bit of this mid-round lull here, or the end of round lull in this case, as the attackers start to slow down, trying to fight through the smoke. Voxera picks up another. That is 6 out of 2 rounds. Man is on fire right now.
No kidding. Okay, so now into a 3v1. Is going to take a couple of shots.
Nesk
able to find one, puts himself onto the double kill. Still looking towards that rotate. Nobody quite in that position. Oh, a quick shot, but that's going to see it dealt with.
And look at this, it's just a solid shot there from the corner. These guys are, you know what, feels like absolutely warmed up, ready for the fight, knowing they needed to take down the giant in Team Liquid. And LFO came prepared to, there's a pair of great rounds between these two teams. I mean, super focused on the fundamentals of just winning the gun battles here at this point. So it has not been overly utility focused at that point, you know, not just shield bashes around the map. There's just very good shots taking place. So this feels like we have got a battle on our hands.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Absolutely.
bombs.
2F goes to the defense, which means,
Bomb
hey,
located
they're going to
by
run
attackers.
the same thing, but with just sight below, right? And it's going to see a very similar lineup. They do take the Wamai off the board in place for entry, but other than that, we're almost keeping it business as usual here. And I like this, right? You go up to the 2F and you win it, you take it right down below, almost play the same exact thing, and you got a potential second win on your hands if it plays out the same. On the side of the attack, Liquid, they're going with something a little bit extra on this one. Glass is going to be on, well, was going to be on the board. No, is going to be on the board. Okay, they're just playing with me now, Run.
You know what? Is it all of this intel as they go through? Talk about it. I mean, just the comms have got to be going crazy right now. But for sure, solid hold upstairs. Gonna play this first floor site now, and take a look at this. I mean, just locked in sight. That's Florio. So holding on to that sniper shotty downstairs, gonna lock himself into kitchen. So now. Feels like a little quick entry here from the Liquid side. They've opened up some of these windows and gained a little bit of space upstairs. And you said it, the glass on the board. Diaz going going to run the glass to try and take some of these long-range shots. I mean, certainly we are still in the DMR meta, and nobody upstairs in the library, so moving a little bit for free, but for sure, team spending a lot of time on this intel side. No intel deny on the LFO side. They didn't bring out the mute or any of the other ops to try and manage around that. So, they're just going to invite this team in, and for sure, LFO is basically giving away all of the library bar gaming side of the map, and they're going to focus heavily on trying to protect the site and the vertical above.
I like this aggression that we're seeing out of LFO, right? There's been a couple of runouts, putting a little bit of ghost pressure, really trying to just set the pace very early and keep it held the entire time. They've taken up some good space here from Team Liquid as that site overplay now can start to focus towards that piano area.
Oh, they didn't lose the shield!
Boxera's gonna find Maya off the board. Huge first pick, and a second goes down as the frost trap is there.
No way!
Man, now into a 5-2. Honestly, just absolutely falls apart for Team Liquid as they got dusted. Now into a 1v5 reduct. He's going to lose his life to a shotgun, and it's going to be a flawless round for LFO.
Bo3 is going absolutely nuclear right now here to start off on map 1. It is a best of 3. Just joining us, welcome in everyone. A best of 3 between these two teams to decide who moves on to the semifinals. It is a double elimination bracket, so neither of these teams eliminated here in the best of 3 today, but it starts the lower bracket run, and honestly, LFO feels like they just came to play. The first round certainly felt very controlled and managed from the Liquid side. They won all of their gunfights and shut down LFO. It felt like relatively easily, but man, the tide turned at the start of that second round, and we've seen 2 very strong rounds from LFO, including that flawless on round 3, and man, I think we're going to have to check in just a second, but I think Bo3 is at 7 kills over 3 rounds. That's wild.
Yeah, putting himself quickly into that win con category. That
how about 8?
Setup was perfectly executed. Defense holds strong. They claim a man advantage, and 8 to start us out. Yeah, Mr. Highlight, Mr. WinCon, call him what you want him. He's back on the Fenrir, and we're going to look to see how he's getting active in this next one.
Now, taking a look at the bans as that first quarter finishes out, Liquid's going to go ahead and ban the Ella. And you know what? It feels like if they're going to lean a little bit more into the shields, that's a great call. Ella, great for managing the shield play. And it hasn't felt like the shields have been very significant yet at this point. So with the Ella losing, the Ella being banned out, that may give them a little bit more opportunity and value from the shields. And on the LFO side, yeah, Deimos was instrumental in putting some pressure on these defenders and give them a little bit more opportunity to move about the map safely. So it does take away some of that vertical play as well from the Liquid side. So what do they want to try and change around? Yeah, with Daffo bringing out the Twitch as the alternative, and then Ness going to run the Nomad to try and control some of this flank and contain the LFO defense.
It's 2026 and we just had an Ella ban. Right, that feels like maybe Siege is getting itself into a fun place. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen that on one of our casts, but I love it. I'm here for it. The trip connectors providing a nice, tough entry on that bathroom side of things, jumping in through that piano window, and then of course jumping into the bathroom area. Both going to be secured by the trip connector from Denari as well. And there it is.
W play.
The first one off the board, and then that's going to be the Wamai, which means any of those discs that he did have in pocket, they're going to stay right there.
Man, that was so well played by the Team Liquid attack to make sure that they cleared out Mez. They're going to use the Capital, and right at the last second, he looks like he's going to go for the shot. Remembers that there's a magnet in play in library, switches, throws the impact, steals takes care of that magnet, and then is able to use the Capital Bolt to force the Mez player out right into the waiting arms of that lobby, the guy downstairs in lobby. Just perfectly played on their part to pick up that opening pick. So it's only 1, though, to start this thing off. Liquid's got the man advantage, but can they hold on to it? This was the site that we saw Liquid win, the Bar Gaming side. Other than that, LFO has made a good rotate through that first and second floor. And look at this, Bo3 picks up another, goes 9-2. Ness trying to catch up with him, but now he is in a 1v4 scenario, on pace for the ace.
well, that pace is going to be cut short as Nesk takes him off the board, so stops the flow of bleeding. Liquid looks quite a bit better on this round as they took space, won their ones, and then they tie us up on the scoreline.
Okay, Bar Gaming is it's just Liquid's sight at this point. Let's go back to the 2F where we saw LFO play a significantly better round. So this feels like one where they can, maybe make some adjustments. And you said it, Sexy Cake playing the Denari. There's plenty of great places for those trip connectors, and they're gonna go back to the Frost as well. On the back on round 3, we saw the smoke kill, we saw the Frost kill. So there was we said that there wasn't an awful lot of utility play going on. That sort of changed in round 3, and an LFO was able to ride that to a big win in round 3, and that was the Flawless. So then they switched back into it, play a little bit more util heavy with now the Frost, the Denari, and the Smoke to be able to sort of disrupt both the utility and the players on the Liquid attack side.
Okay, well, who knew WinCon was banning Ella, right? Like, who saw that one coming? They find themselves with a win, they tie it up, and now, same defense that we saw being brought out the last time. Now, a little bit of a switch. You said the Twitch is on board. Honestly, like that being brought out. Couple that with the Dokkaebi. Really going to do a great job of sussing out people and util. And look at that, and getting set up for the run out as well. Air jabs are going to go out onto the highway windows. Going to find themselves no worse for wear as this first minute starts to count down.
Now, our observer made a great comment as this game was going on, is thought we're going to see a little bit more shield play off the Ella ban, right? Team Liquid gets rid of the Ella. That's really one of her strong points. And of course, she can slow the play on the map down and move around very quickly herself, but expected them to play off the shield a little bit more. So they haven't run a shield since the Ella ban, leaning more into this Twitch with the Dafo and Nesk combo for Twitch and Nomad. Feels like it's working, and man, just as I say Nesk's name, picks up a kill, and oh no, question mark in the chat now as Frost goes down. They do have the Frost mats in, the passive utility is there, so kill from the grave is possible.
Huge kill. Not just is it the first and the entry, but it's the frag leader. Zera taken down. Huge play if you're Team Liquid. Now they've got a little bit of intel. They've got plenty of time that they're going to be able to figure out where the rest of these defenders are. And already it's going to be Sexy Cake rotating down to the basement, and he's going to potentially be in that lurk roll. And look at that, not able to get through the trip connector without disrupting it. So it does give a little bit of that sound cue. You definitely get no slowdown, but you know where somebody's sitting for sure.
Minute 13, more than halfway through, and right now, Liquid's still running the Twitch, clearing out some of this utility. They've got a lot of it that they need to manage. The trip connectors really add a significant load in terms of what the attackers need to clear defensively. So you're getting to see that top down, and yeah, I think was that a shot from below there, taking out the defender, playing upstairs on that second floor. Denari's holding on to that mez spot, and you know, it's just waiting right now. Liquid has slowed the pace of this game down dramatically. There is 40 seconds left, and it feels like they're playing like they've got 2 minutes.
Nah, not slowed down, just controlled, maybe a little conservative, but it's a 1v5, right? Every single action in that round by Team Liquid was intentional. It was calculated, and then in the end, it turned oppressive. It was just a beautiful set of team play out of Liquid, and they just slowly picked it off, right? Nesk with those opening kills, really just kind of defining how that round was going to go, and it followed all the way through. Go up in the scoreline by 1. Team Liquid trying to set themselves on that 4-2 split.
All right, so what we're learning is LFO cannot rely on Boxera to go bonkers and hold on and just carry this team independently. Individual heroics are going to pick you up a couple rounds like it did back on round 2 and 3, but not enough to carry you through across the board. So, yeah, Liquid, they've done the work. 3 rounds already so far, and LFO is looking to try and shut that down, slow it down. I love that play with the Goyle canister in the drone hole, and then, man, when you have got the Denari back on board, there's a lot of opportunity to take down the drones here, prevent them from trying to enter into the snowmobile side and give a bunch of intel. So think this works out for LFO. The big question is how big of a roam game are they going to go?
10
You've
seconds
got
remaining.
Mitrix upstairs running the Legion all the way in Library. No Breach Denial. Again, even though the Breach Denial was banned, we're not seeing either of the teams really run hard breach or Breach Denial. Diaz on the ace is like one of the first that we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, I don't know, foregone conclusion that stuff is going to get opened up, right? Everybody sitting, man, it's spaced out. Florio, the only person actually sitting down in sight, as the rest are sitting up on the first floor and then holding on to that second floor library and mez area. So really just going to force some bodies here from Team Liquid to get in and take space. Now, the problem, this can leave a couple people isolated, and it can give you a potential to get right into sight. Blackbeard has already made his way down towards the kitchen area as a couple of shots ring out, and man, they're already taking some quick space here on the first floor. The big problem, you got 2 defenders sitting up on the second. Here goes, yeah, potential for Diaz and Reduct to go suss out that second floor pressure.
First minute of gameplay goes down, and this feels very much like that comment you made at the end of round 5. Oh, Team Liquid is being intentional with the way that they're playing. Again, feels like it's a little bit slow. They've made some pressure in upstairs, holding on to the 2F, searching out these defenders. It's a full top-down clear because, like we said, LFO was very spaced out, very roam heavy. The only one left upstairs on the 2F, though, was on the Mez library side, so spending a lot of time over on the office solar, now clearing out the kitchen dining, so they're making their way over on this map. They've really put a lot of pressure on the LFO power positions yet. And now's the time to get this thing going, though. Now we're at a minute 20. We're going to see that main wine wall start to get opened up with Diaz and then backed up by Maya on the IQ.
Well, they did get one member back down. Sexy Cake does rotate down to the basement to help put some of that pressure on it, but we
They're
still
going
have
default
got somebody
plant
up on the top floor. Still somebody sitting on the first floor as well. Florio's able to take Nesk off the board, who has been a hero for
What a
Team
miss.
Liquid, but they're going to get the plant. They're just going to get the plant down. Mitrix takes Daffo off the board. They claim that man advantage by 1. Now equalizes. Diaz is able to find one. Angels answers back onto Maya, so into a 2v2 scenario, a 2v1. It's all going to be up to Diaz to try to hold this one on. 1 above, 1 below. All you have to do is get 1 to defuse and 1 to hold. Starting on the defuse right now. Ooh, a couple of pre-fires through, and they're not able to stick it just yet. Looking towards it, and they're going to find it. Sexy Cake rips Diaz off the board as the defense is going to find one and tie it up on the half. Did I just say that? Sexy Cake, Diaz, Nesk. What is our life right now, Run? Sheesh.
Yeah, the viewers are honestly a little bit of a treat here for the SAL LCQs, and unfortunately only one of these teams can move forward, but man, a 3-3 split, evenly matched between Team Liquid and the Enix, looking for org. These guys looking for somebody to represent, and I think if they pick up this SILCQ spot, I mean, it's the time. This is an audition right now, taking on one of the great teams from South.
Okay, 3-3 on the tie-up. I ain't mad at it. It means both teams firing on all cylinders right now, my friend. Bands are going to ring through as we get to the side swap, the op swap, switching gears here. And Monty and Azami going to be the first that go down. A little bit of that walking intel, and kind of not like a huge, not a huge thing seeing the Monty off the board, right? Almost a little bit of a question mark, especially because, I don't know, Monty doesn't feel like that Chalet operator like Blitz or like Blackbeard would, of course. But honestly, we can't know comms. We're not sure what the strat is. They know they don't want to deal with that walking drone, the Mountain Monty. On the defensive side, though, Run, Azami, and Fenrir taken off the board. And honestly, that's really going to go towards setting the pace on the other side of it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
It really reminds me of the conversations we used to have back in like year 8 before the big shield buff happened in year
Bomb
9.
located by attackers.
Like the SAL teams played significantly more Monty, significantly more shields, and banned him at a significantly higher rate than the other regions around the world. They were used to playing the Monty, very locked in with his style of gameplay, and used him more successfully than most of the other regions. And that felt like it was working for that region. And then, of course, the shield buff came in year 9. everybody started running shields, and we saw an explosion at that point. So it wasn't as strange to see it from the SAL teams, but it was a hallmark of Team Liquid and, you know, their rivals over here on LFO and Sexy Cake. So yeah, take away the Monty. Feels like that's a little nostalgic almost at this point, but because the shields are so strong, honestly, it feels like a good move.
Well, defense is locking in and locking it down, my friend. Castle on the board. A definite attention to detail and intel is both Diaz and Maya going to put themselves on some of those intel operators. The Solus and the Scopos is out. Ella on the board, of course, because it is that comfort pick and expecting some shield play. Almost finds one right off the gate. Gets the down. Huge first pick because they're able to get Flora. Now,
wow.
It's going to be recoverable, but it's a dangerous place to find yourself in to try to get that recovery.
Yeah, there he is. He's gonna get them. So great shot there from the Team Liquid defense. Playing a little bit aggressive, whether or not it's a run out, but just peeking those windows. That is absolutely gonna slow down this LFO attack across the board for the next 5 rounds as they try and work this side. So power positions downstairs on the first. And honestly, it's not a big roam game here from the Team Liquid defense. It's only 2 players upstairs, Dafo and Reduct, who are holding on to those positions. 1 on Library, 1 in Master. So they're pretty spread out, not really able to back each other up significantly on that second floor. And that's where we're seeing some of these go out. And look at that, a pair of magnets just absolutely annihilates all of the Yin Candelas. Perfectly played there for Reduct.
That's right. You're going to have a couple that don't hit in the right spot, so that Astro Stare or Solar Stare still going to be that big spot of contention when you're trying to get in, take some of that 2F and put some pressure on to Kitchen. It is a low health scenario right now for LFO as they have multiple members taken off the board, but the big thing, they're still alive. Sexy Cake's able to find Diaz off the board. Man advantage now into the hands of LFO as they're looking to get active and try to find themselves into a position for execute. Pushed up the Solar Stairs, now going to drop down into a prone position. Next to find one. Maya goes down as the numbers stay equalized at 51 seconds left. Pushed in onto the rotate, now going to be done and dusted. Florio's going to take down Dafo as he gets back up with a little bit of redemption run.
Yeah, crazy. He was getting that last 38 seconds to the 3v2 here with LFO, a slight advantage, but they have to make the transition downstairs and into the freaking building as they still head 2 outside. He tries to jump in, Trophy, loses his life, and now in a true 2v2 for the last 20 seconds.
That's right. Boxera goes down, is a potential to get picked up, but again, it's the danger of the revive. Caught in an animation, Yowza! Sexy Cake just gonna slam next.
DMR, baby.
Right off. Now into a 1v3. Just a couple seconds left. Grismont's gonna go off. Reduct's gonna find Florio off the board. He's just gonna hold on to this one. A couple of shots ring out, and they're gonna find
he gets it.
Post plant. The cross is there. Boxera is able to take them. Is they're able to pick him back up. So off the down, he's able to get up and be a factor towards the end of it. Take him up to I think 11 kills now inside of 8 rounds. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a lull here in the middle of the game after going nuclear at the beginning, and all right, maybe a little bit of a claw back, but huge attacking win for LFO and super close. It came down to the final seconds post the round is over and the plant is going down in the smoke. Liquid honestly was so close to being able to clear that smoke grenade is in the wrong spot, slightly wrong timing, and that is a Liquid defensive win. LFO, man, great run so far, and you know what? Unnamed says it in the chat. This one, I've got some OT feelings off this map already.
It had the vibes, right? It had the feel of a potential overtime. This is one of the things we were talking about yesterday in the cast, is that match, the first one, or that second one was going on, CAG versus Daystar, it had finals written all over it, right? This is a similar feeling. This is a back and forth that carries that similar sort of play that potentially, yeah, overtime, every single map, yeah, definitely could be in the cards.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, so close between these two teams. And you know what? You're talking about LCQ, so this is all online, obviously. No LAN, which honestly would have been great to be able to see the LCQs in a land situation, and I hope we're going to get to see a little bit more of that. But fighting at home, you know, space, distance, ping, all contributing, and right now, so close, evenly matched at this point, in LFO up over Team Liquid. What a play, what a way to start this. Now, the fact that I like LFO's working this box there, running the Brava so good on this map. Plenty of opportunities and places for the clutch drones to get in, steal util while they're protected. I think that certainly increases Brava's value on this map specifically. So lots of opportunity here. They've basically given away all of the library side, locked this thing down. Team Liquid, the only one that's lurking downstairs, Diaz in bar stock. That right there is the lurk play that could come up huge for this team.
3 of 4 Candelas utilized, and as the Goyo canisters go off, our big first set of damage on the side of LFO will be on to Sexy Cake, as that Blackbeard had to retreat from his area of safety, and the fire rang out. So Angel's going to take Daffo off the board, does give that man advantage again back into the hands of LFO. Now time to put pressure towards that blue stair, deal with this deployable, and he's kind of locked in on Mez here. Potential for a pinch if he doesn't find one.
Oh, I mean, double teamed there to clear out. Now, Amaya holding on to that MP5 and trying to take a couple shots versus the 2X. You know, the ACOG in play feels like it gives a big advantage there to the attackers. And now in a 4v3, they've got the man advantage on top of it as well. So they're going to have to be close. And we see both of the first floor guys working downstairs. They're holding on to bar stock. Now it's Nesk a little bit in this lurk position upstairs in the office. And LFO moving slowly in the last 50 seconds, and look at this, another frostbite hits, one on each side of the board.
Man, so Sexy Cake will be able to get up, but they're going to find the down off of it. A C4 takes him off the board the rest of the way, but Florio is able to take one as well. So still maintaining that man advantage here with 37 seconds left. And on attack, it's definitely something you're going to need. Shotgun holes opened up, so they're trying to put some pressure on from the vertical. It'll be a can opener to give themselves an avenue down into sight. And, you know, going to have to deal with both of these guys to get in. So a little bit of a split push here. Still have the Candelas, still have the smoke, still have a grenade that can force some movement. Now held off the chassis. Looking for anybody to take a peek right there, and there it is, Candelas, but that's going to be a miss, right? That's going to go into mud instead, and 8 seconds left is not going to have the distraction that they want, but they take a swing.
Oh, no way!
They find one of them now into a 1v1 run. Mute has to hold on for less than a second, and Diaz is going to do it. A headshot rings out as a close quarter combat king finds a prone, pwned, and owned position.
Another round goes all the way down to the 1v1 in the final seconds of the round. They are using every available second of the 3 minutes of game time every single round to make this happen. There is not a wasted motion between these two teams, and man, evenly matched 4-4 as we head into round 9. I mean, we are on a path already for map 1 to hit that OT marker. I don't know whether or not we expected it to start this thing out. I mean,
Defenders,
for sure,
protect
you're
your
coming
bombs
in
from
and
being
taking
defused by
down Liquid
attackers.
as one of the greats in the SAL, one of the greats in competitive T1 Siege. LFO's looking to make their mark. This job application, this scouting session for their org is on right now, and they're putting up a fight.
Yeah, no kidding. Tied up again, back and forth. This brawl for it all is already sitting barn burner status. So defense, they're going to double up on that area denials. Both smoke and the Goyo going to be brought out. And then that devastating DMR nest onto the Tubarao. And that feels like a, not bold, that feels right? Tubarao with that devastating DMR in the hands of the absolute GOAT is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with.
One round away here from getting into the fourth quarter bands, and that'll be the question. What do we see taken off? We're going to be looking at this round through that lens. These teams want to try and take away from their opponents. Sexy Cake in this glass feels like a pretty important one at this point. He's managed to pick up only 4 of 5, but a couple big DMR kills here, impactful ones at the end. And Boxera's been able to just make it work no matter who he's playing. So it doesn't feel like there's a good target there at this point. Does he get into more than or almost this first minute of gameplay down? Daffel's gonna go outside, go for a, no way, a Goyo canister outside. A little bit of an extra risk, so late setup.
I love it though, right? That is now a Goyle canister that has been unaccounted for as they were trying to make their way in. But look at this. Ascend's Gadget's going to go out from the window. Blitz just going to make his way right on in there. They find Daffo off the board and run. Smokes are out.
Oh, there it is.
Going down. Sexy Cake taking a couple of shots through that smoke. Blitz still in a position to get that plant. He's going to start it again. Although Glass goes down, it does get a respawn. Nest taken off the board. So main advantage into the hands now of
no
LFO
way.
As they find themselves up by one. A pistol goes to pop out. Blitz is going to be taken down. So now into a true 2v2 in the post-plant scenario. In now at the top of Mez, takes a couple of shots. Live forfeit.
Siege timing.
Find about Sarah off the board. Now it's all up to Ash to try to bring this one back. Does find Maya. Now into a 1v1, and they're going for the defuse, right? A little bit of that sound cue. Oh no!
It's the down.
Ingredient is going to ring out, making it tough for Ash to see. But he's got literally 7 seconds to get on and started. He's going to get the down. The run back. 1 second to start the defuse, and he's going to find it. Team Liquid is going to find themselves another one, and they're going to go up in the scoreline advantage by 1. Hey.
What a play. Diaz just on fire with the shotty, but it came down to it again. 1v1 post-plan scenario. Neither team looking to really just crush the other. There are small tweaks, just small mistakes that they're taking advantage of. And the fact that we got another plant now, it felt like LFO went for it maybe just a bit early in the chaos. I can't believe that they actually successfully got that down. A couple of those smokes canisters just missed their mark. Otherwise, that would have been a much stronger victory for Team Liquid. But luckily, Diaz keeps them in it, finds that final kill with, you said it, 1 second to spare. Literal 1 second it came down to it, my friend. I mean, we're getting as close as we can, round after round. And the fourth quarter bans come out, and there it is, the glass taken away from Sexy Cake. He's not going to be able to run that DMR anymore.
Need to locate and
honestly feels like a great call. And then the Goyo on the other side. Yeah, that is sort of slowed down, again, causing some chaos, and LFO wants to try and, again, move around this map with a little more freely.
Man, this 3-band system that we got in place right now really can just get very specific in how the two teams want to attack or defend it against each other. And looking at them right now, the last ones that ring out, yeah, 100% take Sexy Cake off that glass. He's been an absolute menace with it. Just parks in the smoke and able to take multiple engagements is good for a multi-kill. And then on the other side of it, the Goyo band. This is something that you talked about, Run, like 3-4 months ago, that we were going to start to see some of those Goyo bands come out because he's just so good at denying area, and in conjunction with other area denial operators, almost unstoppable.
Look at this, and a pair of operators we had not seen very often so far was the Mira. Diaz had run in the Mira this time around. We had not seen her very often, despite how good she is specifically on Chalet, to the point that we're generally seeing her banned on this map. And then the other one was Daffo running the Bandit. We talked about early on that it didn't feel like either team was really spending a lot of time or you know, operator picks running either the hard breachers or the breach denial op. So this is a big switch here, maybe hoping to catch this LFO attack off guard. They did bring the ace this time around, but I don't really have anything to try and manage around the bandit charges, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Maybe the Ash from down below, but the problem is down below is sight. So those bandit charges upstairs are going to really protect Dafo and this second floor office.
I love that we're seeing the Mira brought out here in the later half, and they're using it with some efficiency, right? They got it onto the main breach for that kitchen dining side, so getting down and hitting that checkbox, that secondary checkbox that's so important of opening up that main breach to plant off the chassis, gonna be a little bit more difficult with that Mira in place.
Yeah, now half this round is gone. All 10 left alive. This one moving slow. We've seen a few of these rounds where there's a lot of action happens early on in the round before you sort of get to that mid-round low, but this time, LFO moving methodically, slowly, watching, waiting. You know what? And it feels like trying to evaluate. That bandit really is going to make it difficult. We saw Ash holding on to that mez. Like, what do? We did not come prepared from a utility perspective to try and manage around it. We're going to try this push in direct with the Blackbeard to take down the Ela, but those Grismont mines are still going to be out to cause havoc.
Well, at least one of them, right? Two of them go off right away. They're going to find a good trade as Maya's going to get a double as Mitrix and Florio go down. So does see us equalized yet again, just similar across the board run into a 3-3 scenario. 40 seconds left. They used every second that they could on the last one. And looking to try to do so again.
No
Huge
way.
Play onto the triple kill, but Ace is going to be denied as Diaz is finding one, and then Dapo to come up and take the Blackbeard off the board. And now Liquid, they find themselves 2 in a row, and that feels like a real big deal, especially since it's been such a back and forth game so far. Match point scenario for map number 1, and Team Liquid's trying to put this one away.
Not 2 in a row. That's 3 in a row there for Liquid. On to the defense. They've got this thing, feels like, a little bit locked down. Much better play here for this team as they ran through both of the first floor sites and the second floor off the back of Maya going crazy, plus Diaz backing it up. You said it, that the Miraband coming in, the Bandit really felt like it tripped up this LFO attack. Perfect time to take the timeout, right? You're talking about the potential end here of your map 1 of this best of 3. This is Liquid's map pick, so we expected them to come out swinging. They get to close it out on defense. LFO did manage to find 3 on defense as we finished that first half 3-3, but Liquid is resurgent after what felt like at times a little bit of struggle. They have come alive here at the end of this game.
I respect the timeout here, right? Trying to ice the kicker, so to speak, and really stop some of that momentum as they're on that match point scenario. So, yeah, feels like a good place, especially with timeout buff in place. If you can find one, that's 1 away from sending us to
Attackers
overtime.
need to
So
locate and
this
defuse
next
bombs.
round, obviously vitally important, not just for
Attackers have located a bomb.
staying alive in map number 1, but also in holding on to that mental shock. This is a best of 3, not a sprint towards the end. There's got to be some clutch power in the end game. Timeout, potential way to get there.
Yeah, pause. Talk about it. Is the timeout buff going to give you what you need to try and close out against this team? So, yeah, how do you work around it? And you can see changes already being made on the LFO attack side. Run the Thatcher, right, this time. Make sure the Twitch is out so you can clear out some of this utility. It was the pieces they were missing. It was well-executed change in strategy from Team Liquid. One of the reasons, again, why they're one of the greats in the T1 Siege arena. So, as we get into this first 5 seconds, I mean, just still setup working here as they're opening all the rotates in place, and there, that mirror window here, going to back it up to hold on. A strong library hold upstairs above site, expecting LFO to spend some time there. So it's a question, are they going to go full top-down clear, start over on the solar side? Team Liquid's got a few assets over on that side of the map, but for sure, oh no, they basically all rotated back over to the library bar gaming side.
Yeah, they do hold on to the blue area, or blue stairs, which is one of those critical push points, but we didn't bring a deployable along for this one, so a little bit of a switch up to the strat. Just going to really just try to hold on with those Wamai discs to stop any movement that's going to be forced out of here. In fact, Wamai's coming up right now to get a couple more. Twitch trying to get some activity, trying to become that sniper drone and get rid of some of this extension util. Specifically, he's going to be looking towards those mirrors, right? As they get in towards library and start to make the play towards it, it's going to be up to Twitch to get to open that opportunity.
Yeah, you can see holding from the upside down rappel on the library window, putting pressure on Dafo. He's holding in the corner. They've got plenty of rotates there, so he can make the swing. Now we got 3 of the LFO players getting ready to push in on that library side, backed up by all of those Yin Candela, so they're making the play. But Team Liquid holding it steady. You take a look at those blue outlines. There's not a lot of motion from this team. They're baiting, expecting this LFO team to try and push that position. They're not going to go chase them at this point. You are on match point scenario for map 1. LFO, what are you going to do? Minute 15 as the time starts to tick down.
Well, apparently they're going to sit outside. Twitch is the only one that's made their way up, and the first engagement could be had here as Mira keeps taking a couple of peeks. Redux is down in that basement, and now they've got they cleared themselves some space, so yeah, Candela's going to start coming in, but here's the thing, Diaz is here, Warden on the board to try to find the answer as the smokes ring out. So Candela's again trying to be that factor. Boxera's going to be the first one taken off, which means the only person actually inside the building for LFO currently is Mitrix.
Yeah, they're moving way too slow, and I don't know whether or not they realize that Diaz is playing that Warden downstairs. The smokes, the Candelas are going to be significantly less effective at trying to manage around the bar stock side. So if they're hoping they can get a jump in on the bar window, they are going to be sorely mistaken, and it's Sexy Cake that pays the price the first time around. But man, that's a huge pick downstairs to the SMG-12.
Responded immediately though. Nesk is able to take him off the board and now into a 1v4 on a match point scenario, and 9 seconds left. Team Liquid is going to seal the deal on this one. Does get the kill, pads the KD a little bit as Maya gets taken down, but it's a too little too late scenario as Nesk is there to shut it down. Liquid living up to the history, living up to the name. They're fluid and they find map number 1.
7-4 victory for Team Liquid. Big GGs to this team. I wouldn't say it is unexpected that that it took them all the way to near the end, but man, they pulled it off. And you know what? LFO put up a great fight. They looked good overall. They had some great rounds. They showed some spark. And honestly, Boxera went crazy there to start that map off, but he was unable to keep that same pace up across that full 10, 12 rounds at this point. So what are we going to do? Map 2, my friend. And we talked about it during the map ban phase. Bank. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, I love Bank. It's spread out, it's big, it's expansive, there's roams, there's a lot of variables going on, and honestly, yeah, LFO looked real good. It was a valiant attempt. They were going pound for pound, trading hit for hit, all the way up to that 4-4 split, but unfortunately then, it was that 4 in a row from Team Liquid. They just flipped the switch, turned it on, and said, hey, you know what, we're going to go ahead and close this one out. Chalet done and dusted. Bank when we come back, so sit back, relax. When we come back, we're bringing you the second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
Control of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badham.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Man, I love that intro run. Takes us all the way back. And you want to know what? Here's a fun fact about the Whiskey Boys. What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players has been a line that we have used since day one. Cast 1 has been our greeting to you. We're happy to use it again today for this Liquid vs. LFO game. First one in the bag. Chalet went down and now we're on the bank run.
Yeah, that first map was fantastic. The fact that those two teams battled it out so well, it was very close throughout most of the map until Liquid gained a little bit of momentum and then completely shut down LFO. They looked very good on the second half of Chalet. It was, again, Liquid's map pick, but it is time for Bank and LFO's map pick.
Okay, Bank. What do we love? What do we hate? It's spread out. It's got a lot of room to move. There's some defaults. There's a potential for a little bit of that solved site feel up onto the second floor. Really, honestly, bands are going to tell the story of how Bank's going to play out. Wouldn't be surprised to see something kind of similar to what we saw out of Chalet, although it could be a complete switch up. I don't know. I'm in the guess round right now.
Yeah, I mean, big change up here. So the thing that we talked about early on, or really in the middle of the Chalet map bans, was the fact that the SAL teams really loved the shields. It used to be a hallmark of SAL and the way that the region was played out, and they're going to show it in the bans this time around. After the shield buff, even more powerful. And Liquid wants to get rid of the Clash, and then LFO, the Monty. Monty very strong on Bank. In the hands of Liquid would be a significantly dangerous asset.
Yeah, and they're going to follow it up with the Mira and the Grim. Mira is just a staple of bank play. Used on the second floor, used in the basement, and of course when we head to that turf site, there's spots for it for the extension. So yeah, get it off the board. Just not one you're going to want to have to deal with, honestly, specifically for that 2F and that basement hold, right? The Miras and Janitor are unparalleled when you're trying to get in and find yourself a plant. And then down here in the basement, it's just difficult to deal with. So off the board, Grim going to go on the side of the attack as well. Which means we're going to start out in the basement run, and this is kind of one of those sites where we do get to see the Echo being brought out as a means of that area denial, and honestly, I love it, right? Great gun, great piece of util, and in the hands of the right person, and Foxera probably is that person. Absolutely devastating towards the late round if you're able to stay alive. Couple that with the Fenrir, the Azami, and the smoke. Man, this is a goated defensive lineup for down in the basement.
I know Paulo is not playing on this team anymore, and that was a bittersweet change for the Team Liquid fans out there because of how long and how important he was to this roster. But they used to be unbelievable on the plant statistics. Liquid was nearly unparalleled, trying to keep up with Dream from Unwanted and now C9 with how good he was on the planting side. And I think bringing out the Echo this time around is a great way to try and manage around the team that likes that objective-based gameplay. Now, you know what? As we get in, wow, what a shot! Where was Mitrix at, holding on to the long angle, just walking down the stairs, and just punishes Nesk for a little bit of moving around a little bit early here.
Well, that's going to be a first pick that's a little bit tough. It's a little bit spicy. The Twitch is off the board. Now,
got the C4.
The big thing is, okay, well, that's a double down. Dafo goes as well, and that's going to be most of that util that's going to be dropped for the plant. So a quick start here by LFO as they're able to take two of the really big operators off the board, right? Fenrir gadgets and those yokais now going to stay around and alive because there's no Twitch unless you're doing it the old-fashioned way with a little bit of gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, this is LFO's map pick, and the interesting thing about it was Liquid decided to start on attack. They had the opportunity to start defense. They go and want to try and attack Bank here and make that play downtown. And look at this. Angels takes down Redux and puts us into a 2v4 scenario. Man, a couple of huge picks coming out from this team, and then LFO just completely shuts down Liquid before they really even get close. All of this action happening on that first floor and up into square. I mean, nothing in the basement. Very unusual way to see the bank round play out, and that meant LFO was playing very aggressively on defense and punishing Team Liquid for moving a bit slowly here as we get it's off to a little bit of a slow start on Bank.
Okay, so you said this was LFO's map pick, right? And they're starting out on defense, which means Team Liquid opted for attack out the gate, looking to try to solidify something and then hold on to that defensive round a little bit later on. Kind of maybe a question mark on that one, right? We don't know the comms, we don't know the strats, but it's kind of a tough play to be using here, starting out an attack on Bank.
You know what?
Real confident in that defense.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something you could absolutely say about Team Liquid. We're not talking about the T4, T3 guys. I mean T1 locked in, expecting to be able to put down some serious numbers here on Bank. But LFO was answered back, both on Chalet and now on Bank with just absolutely locked in. They are ready to take on the challenge of Team Liquid. So they want to, play a little bit confidently on the attack to start this thing off, and LFO was just ready for it. It's going to give them the advantage, though, so LFO needs to play very strong up front and early. And look at this, going to take a shot. He's moving around a little bit too much, it feels like. Dafo's gonna walk away. Man, so close. Some siege timing there.
No kidding. So everybody able to stay alive for a little bit here as that first minute starting to count down, and a lot of intel already trying to be provided by the yokai. They're going to open up castle barricades towards stock. One of the reasons you're seeing those Rotero drones on the board is to deal with some of that extension util, and now he's going to get sussed out. He's not going to be able to get the barb off, and he's going to take a second attempt at it. Oh, out of the air. Good night.
No way, man! Just getting
him.
rid of this this attacker util. LFO was in the right place, right time, and even though we haven't seen a player go down yet, that was a huge piece of attacker util there that's just cleared out and unavailable at this point. Gonna see Dafo start to play on those repels, and the one that feels like is a great pick. Maya running the glass. Be able to play off those. Now the thing they got to watch out for is the ATM rotate, and it is devastating. We'll see if LFO makes that change. He's holding on to the library, he's holding on to the elevator right now. Look at this W play pinch over on the stock side.
Okay, first one rings out. Second to go down as Redux life is forfeit now. Again, is going to be Boxera starting to get active, and he is having, Sexy Cake's able to find Maya off the board, and he is on to the Tubarão, right? As he gets his first kill solidified, they claim that man advantage by 2, and now still got plenty of time. Defense, they just got to hold on now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a slow start here for Liquid. They go down in the man count by 2 on the first 2 rounds at this point, right? Maya playing that glass looked like he was in the right place, but they just pushed up after taking control of stock, after a great pinch play to clear out the defenders, and then sort of gave it away, losing all of the subsequent battles. So almost feel like, slow it down, try and find what's the right way to do it. And man, that Echo drone I thought was going to come in perfect, but Dafo wins that battle.
All right, well, it's going to see him down, and Sexy Cake good for 2 as LFO is able to find 1 below and 1 above. No real qualms on that one, right? It says the primary and secondary site. These are the most comfortable sites that you feel with. Now is going to be the best opportunity for Team Liquid, right? It's the test on the Tersh.
Yeah, open area staff certainly is a little bit more difficult for the defenders to hold on to. It does require an attacking team to be very comfortable with the vertical, though. It's one of the reasons why that site's more difficult. So we'll see how LFO manages.
Attackers need to locate
Huge
and
presence
defuse
upstairs
bomb.
on the stock side. They don't have the Azami is available, but they're not playing her, which honestly that's a bit surprising to me, because this hold from Azami playing in the open area side is just so freaking good. And that it feels like a bit of a miss to not have a zombie in the lineup at this point. So I got the hatches so far unreinforced from the observer showing us what's going on upstairs, and it's a big setup upstairs. He's opening up sight lines. They've cleared out a lot of this. It feels sort of extended, but yeah, it feels like that Azami missing is a huge hole in this defense.
Okay, to start it out, it's going to be a direct hold upstairs as well, as the attention and the investment into the vertical is on board. Florio onto the pulse. Going to be looking already going to get some of those drones off the board, but looking to just kind of direct where that push is coming from. A little bit of intel as they find themselves going up to the roof for that top-down clear, necessary when taking on the Tersh site here. And they got a couple of fun operators on board, Run. They got the Blackbeard, but also the Aurora. That's going to help them take some space here.
Yeah, try and block off those sight lines, force the defenders into some of those smaller power positions that they have to try and play around. But look at this. The Glass jumps in and then annihilated by the C4. Florio's right place, right time, picks up a double. Redux is able to find 1 into a 4v3 at this point, but he's able to push out of position by the smokes. But that doesn't matter. He's going to go ahead and take down Boxera. Man, just absolutely on fire right now. Liquid has got control of this site. Not
Huge.
the diffuser, though.
No, and Diffuser is cold, but I mean, Frag City go for him. C4's out in the hands, and instead of the C4, it's gonna be a grenade. And man, what a huge play by Liquid, right? They like, okay, test on the Tersh, no problem. We'll go ahead and just push in, punch him in the face, take some space, and that's the round. Rotate done and dusted. First one over. Now they find themselves down by 1, but honestly, not gonna be a huge problem. This is very standard.
Well, all right, so now we're talking bans as we get into the end of that first quarter, and Blackbeard was very successful, it felt like, from the Team Liquid side. They got rid of the Grim. Are they going to go for the other shield again? Nah, Deimos. Okay, you know what? Deimos had some amazing points as well during that round, during the first 3 rounds, playing the vertical piece, so make it a little bit easier again for the LFO defense to move around upstairs. And Echo feels like a obvious choice from the Team Liquid attack side. Echo was just slowed them down, disorienting, gets in the way of trying to go for that objective-based gameplay. That feels like a good play.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Now back to the basement. I'm going to double up on the area denial this time, and this is one of those pinch points, Run. This is one of the reasons where that D1 hatred for Tachanka comes through, right? It's bank basement. There is a spot. It's the default. You open up, you back plant, and it's just sometimes difficult to get that with the Tachanka because you're holding an angle that forces them not to be able to put direct pressure onto it. Now, here's the good thing. Here's what I like. They doubled up on it. Smoke is there as well, and I think that's going to be one of those critical push points. In conjunction with each other, this feels like it could be a pretty solid.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, even you're able to use the Tachanka to take some of those longer area denial engagements and to use the smoke for more of that default to sort of doubles up on it. Gives you a little bit of resiliency to trying to manage the area denial piece if they go for that plant downstairs. So the last time we saw the basement, though, I mean, there was 0 kills that took place on the basement. Everything was first floor. So we'll see if Team Liquid changes the approach this time. It felt like they've been moving a little bit faster than that first round, and LFO has been playing a little bit more timidly, allowing the Team Liquid attack team to gain some space, and they pulled off an attacking win. So they're coming off that piece of momentum. So as we get down to it, yeah, look, long hold there from Boxera. Again, upstairs, playing this first floor side, droned out. It's going to drop off from the elevator side. It was a distraction from Sexy Cake and the Ella. Man, I'm looking for a great play here.
Well, they pushed up and taking some space, so still have 4 people upstairs holding on to it. Now, one's only kind of pseudo upstairs as Smoke is playing onto those blue stairs. What? Why is it moving like
it's going to be a rehost, my friend. We are having a problem. He is literally stuck in the car, and all right, they're gonna go ahead and rehost in the middle of this round because he jumped through the car and got stuck, my friend. What a wild play!
Oh, that's so funny. It looked like he was kind of just up there getting his dance on as he's waiting for that round to get started. Unfortunate. Well, you heard us talk about it. Live Siege, there's going to be some live Siege issues. And first rehost, hopefully last. Man, I can't believe I said first. I might have cursed us on that one. Whoopsie-doo, chat.
Yeah, chat. What happened to this guy? Damn. Okay, don't worry about it, though. Short one. We already heard back from the Observer. This is a short pause. So, you know what? Funny little bug there. We don't get to see that on stream all the time. But you know what? Hey, you said it. Live Siege, live problems, my friend.
That's right. Okay, I'm going to get the lobby set right back up. Should just be a few seconds, and we're going to take you to the other game as we wait for it. Sit back, relax. As we come back, we're going to get the end of the second map. Hey, yo.
Let's go.
Back out, Bandit. Going to be taken.
All right, we did it. Rehost done. Data on to the round. Gonna try this one again, and it was a little bit of a question mark on whether they were actually allowed to take it at that time or not. But you know what? Here we are. We go through. We're just gonna do it anyways. Both teams agree, and they send it. So back down to the basement, and this time a similar lineup, bringing to the table. I think almost exact lineup is the Chanka and the Smoke going to be utilized again on top of the zombie play. We'll see how it plays out this time, though.
Yeah, it was interesting, and I honestly love the sportsmanship here between these two teams to be able to not have to worry about the admins really sort of running the game at this point. Competitors to the core. One of the reasons why we absolutely love this game. So Team Liquid here down 1-2. It's not a tragic loss at this point. They chose, because this is LFO's map pick, they chose to start on the attack. They wanted to make a statement here, and LFO was trying to shut them down. And if you just joined us, welcome in, everyone. This is the 6th Invitational, last chance qualifier for the South America League. One team is going to make it through this bracket. During the break, you saw Black Dragons taking on 007 over on Cards Cast channel. Appreciate everybody checking out that one. But here, Liquid, are they going to pull off a win? They're up 1-0 in the best of 3.
Well, they've started that rotate back over again, right down to the basement, and they're going to go for that complete top-down clear, and it's not a bad idea since we're going to have a full 4 folks up on the first floor defending the vertical, defending the hatches, and making sure that you're not going to get an inch of space. And here it is, Buck up on the table, a little bit wary of some C4 play potentially, going to start opening up everything and hopefully catch somebody slipping on the way back.
It's one of the things that overall Team Liquid does very well. Most of the T1 teams do very well is manage the vertical piece of it, and Nesk, no slouch there, gonna run this this buck in. Maya's been the guy that plays on the glass round after round at this point. It is the age, the era of the DMRs, and he's managed to find a couple, and look at this, just hitting those elbow mines. Sexy Cake back on, and again, tons of this action happening upstairs on the first floor. No real action happening downstairs on the basement. They're going to focus on getting the hatches open, just methodically working the top half of this mat. And you take a look at where LFO was at on defense, it mostly rotated back downstairs to the basement, with the exception of the smoke, playing on blue exactly where he should be. So they've given all the space to Team Liquid to work the standard strategic part of Siege. Can they convert that into a round to win, though, with this final minute of gameplay?
Huge time waste here by the defense, right? We're less than a minute left, and we're still getting hatches opened up. We're still putting pressure towards the vertical, and now it's gonna see Glaz getting a bunch of damage.
Oh, he got the down.
He got the down on the smoke, follows it up with a shotgun. Reduct goes down, is answered back as Dafo's able to find one, but does put us into a man advantage for the defense here as they claim it by 1. 30 seconds now. Smoke hasn't been moved, but Dafo's going to push in. He's going to take the kill. Now equalized, and this is going to be the part where see if Tachanka is the real one or not. Can he stop the plant from going down? 16 seconds left. Fire is being set all the way over. Still looking towards potential. That hatch play is going to find
that
one
was
up top.
it.
Ness is able to find Sexy Cake off the board. Starts to go down. Now into a 2v1. 4 seconds left. They're not going to be able to push it. New Kids on the Block had a bunch of hits, and this squad's going double platinum on a kill feed.
What a play downstairs. Bulkzera goes crazy again. Man, just after an incredible play to start off on that first map on Chalet, he went 9-2, 9-3 in the first 4 rounds in that previous match. This time around, again, picks up another triple kill. All the stats obviously reset at this point, but that is a great way to start off this round, and they were ready for the Liquid execute. The Tachanka was completely just, distracting, causing chaos over on that server room door, and the diffuser was upstairs and open, waiting for the drop. Team Liquid, they were ready. They played that perfectly, but LFO was just freaking ready for it. And the hold on the stairs from the smoke was really that turning point. Managed to get everything done that he needed to slow this team down, ultimately losing his life, but he did his job. And you said it, my friend. Big win for LFO. And timeout required from Liquid.
It's a good idea. Take a second and talk about it, right? You're down to, you get a chance now to take it up to the top floor, which last time, of course, was an LFO win. So you take a second and talk about what happened on the last time that you played this, and how is it that you're going to be able to combat it this time? They're still bringing along that slow down castle. Back on the board. Sexy Cake
Attackers
bringing
have
out the
located a bomb.
Solus, and that is going to be a big one, right? Is the roam game. If he doesn't get sussed out, it's going to be a definite factor in the end.
I love it. Let's see the roam game out. Let's see what this team can try and pull off. You know, try some
10
crazy
seconds left.
stuff versus Liquid. And when they're very structured, sometimes you can find those little plays to be able to take advantage of a structured team like that. It's one of the things that Oxygen was very successful at across the board. Part of the reason they picked up their big LCQ win is, you know what, not necessarily the standard strats, but finding ways to win in unique and interesting ways. It's one of the reasons why we love watching that Oxygen team. So LFO trying a little bit of that magic here.
It's going to be how do you contest this defense that they're bringing up? They're already making their way inside the ATM's area, so taking a little bit of real estate. Really going to try to put pressure onto whoever's playing that E2 area. The Capital bolts in hand. Diaz onto the Hibana to make sure that they open everything up. And then, look at this intel up on the desk, looking towards that window area. This could potentially be a free pick.
You can start opening up those windows, using the Hibana, I think, so good for that part of the job. You open up all those castle barricades very quickly, very easily, and at a distance. And Diaz is going to go ahead and work that piece of it and run the DMR. Both Diaz and Dafo locked in on that brand new DMR. It's going to be Maya though on the Ying Tech. We'll see whether or not that Shoddy is going to be the difference maker, because that is the 3 DMRs on the other side, with Reduct also bringing out that big Twitch DMR.
Ooh, cheeky little angle as they hold on to a corner piece of the window. Looking to try to see if they can maybe potentially catch one off guard. The grenade's going to ring out. There's going to be some damage from the other side of it as they start to move their way in. They've got a ton of cross held right now, Run. Potential to get hurt from the cutoff almost immediately. And again, back into a prone position, back into a cheeky little corner piece onto the window.
LFO is absolutely locked in and ready for it, though. They know those angles themselves. You're talking about the T1 players on this squad. They know exactly where those are coming from, and they were able to hold the correct sight lines, just watching and waiting. And look at this, Ella's waiting, and man, Maya jumps in.
Man, just devastated. Absolutely huge. The collapse onto site. The push was calculated. They hit him where it hurts, and those last kills seal the deal. Liquid's going to find one, and this time they're going to do it up on the top floor. That feels better. We might be looking at another 3-3 here.
Timeout buff in effect as Liquid pauses the game even after that rehost. You know, rehoses are a bit chaotic, don't have as much time to talk about strategy. You know what, see, coming out of that rehost, how does LFO playing and what do we need to adjust? Perfectly played from Liquid, and they had, you know, again, long angles in play, holding, watching, waiting for LFO to make a mistake, and as soon as they did, collapse and conquer. Liquid, you said it, close to tying this thing back up. It is LFO's map pick, starting off on defense. They need to make a statement. It was the third, this tertiary site that we saw Liquid win their first round back on round 3. LFO's going to have to be better this time around.
Man, if Liquid finds the win here, if we see Liquid tie this up 3-3, this could spell disaster for LFO. Right, because you are getting onto your attack side. Now, we're not going to make it seem like LFO are slouches here on the attack side of things, but it's bank, right? If you find yourself on a 3-3 half, you just have to 4-2 split it on the other side, and you're in the win con. You did it. You met it. You're there. Big round here incoming. Impactful for both as they get started. Defense can bring the pulse back out. Goyo on the board to slow him down, and I think the comfort play, Ella and the Grismots, right? Going to try to stop Reduct from pushing in and taking so much space.
It doesn't feel like it's been as successful as they want it to, but you know what? I go for that strat this time. From the LFO defense side, they're mostly upstairs. You got 3 of the players upstairs holding onto the vertical above site, and just the Pulse looking around downstairs trying to identify where is that push coming from. Sexy Cake, the one lone roamer, hoping to catch maybe a C4 as the attackers make that push in for it to try and gain some of the vertical, but they didn't bring along a ton of vertical operators on the Liquid attack side. No Ram, no Buck, no Sledge to be able to open up some of those sight lines. If they're going to try and do it with breach charges, they don't have any of those either. There's very little assets to be able to try and make those vertical plays, so tells me that Liquid is going to be a little bit more direct than they normally would. Whether or not that catches LFO off guard is still that question mark.
Well, speaking of direct, it's going to be pushing straight up Marble now, and they've got a pincher move on because Nesk is at the top as well, so potential to suss out whoever's sitting down there at the bottom or that midpoint of Marble could find themselves in a little bit of danger. Still holding on to that second floor. Obviously, Angels is going to find one. Angels good for 2 as Bo Diaz and does get reduced to rubble. Puts him into a 5-3 split, but a quick answer back as Dafo's able to see Florio taken off the board. So 4-3 when the dust settles, and just over 60 to get this one done.
Final minute of gameplay, but look at this. Liquid and Nesk just better with those shots. Ties this thing back up. 3-3, 55 seconds left. Got the assets in the right place this time. Feels like they've pushed back on LFO. They're holding elevators a little bit off site. There is an opportunity here, but man, they are walking in to a trap. No, not going to happen because you have got Buckzera holding down Intellers.
So still on the 3-3, and there's 3 DMRs on the side of
Nesk hits it.
Nesk is going to find it. Buckzera gets taken off the board. Main advantage back into the hands of Team Liquid. Takes a shot from the elevator. You said
what
it was going to be a crutch point. It absolutely was. Destroyed on the double down. Potential for the quad piece, and he does it. We're breaking out the barbecue sauce for that 4-piece, baby. Angels going crazy right now.
And not only that, they pick up their 4th attacking or defending win there. They made the statement on their map pick, and now Liquid starting off on defense on the back foot. But you know what? It's a standard split on bank. They still have got their work cut out for them. But what a way to make a statement to end the first half. Yeah, we got this. 3-3, not on our map.
4-2 split. Feels pretty standard, right? So, I mean, you know, feel is like a potential for OT to be in play again. And I know that I said that earlier, but it was there too. It was only in the late round when Liquid really turned it up. That 4 in a row, able to help them solidify that first map win. This one still has that similar feel, right? I feel like there's no reason we shouldn't see Team Liquid and LFO do another 4-2 split here to take us to that OT scenario.
Only 6 followers away from 8,000, my friends. If we want to earn your follow, we appreciate you being here, being a part of the Siege Double Shot community, and getting the opportunity, honestly, to watch Liquid LFO. Man, this is a special treat here for a Friday afternoon. We're glad you're here with us. And here it is, my friend. LFO, can they pull it off on attack? What does Liquid bring into the defense? Well, they're going to run the Tachanka as well. And you said it. This is the dream Whiskey Glitter lineup for that basement hold if you're going to run the Tachanka. Goyo and Smoke just absolutely freaking piled up on the area denial.
That Legion of Doom, my friend. The 3 area denial operators making sure that wherever you want to go, well, no, you won't, right? That is an absolute making sure that you are holding down the site with some lethality behind that. So they've got themselves a bit of an extension upstairs, opened up one of the hatches, so they've got a way back down into site once it starts to collapse onto the first floor. And obviously, Smoke going to be holding on to that top blue, that pro strat of making sure that you can't take that space. That guards the server hatch as well, but he does close the door off front. So, you know, it is going to give him some sound cues. It is going to give him a little time to respond when they start to get active towards it. Still can't have that potential to destroy whoever's getting onto that.
Now, the risk here is that LFO moves a little bit too slowly. 30 seconds in, almost 40 seconds in, everybody's still outside the map. They're taking some shots, but typically for this basement, you need to move a little bit quicker. There's tons of work that you need to do to get those hatches open. Clear out the open area office side. Make sure you get the vault hatch open. Find out where the defenders are playing at. LFO needs to get on the horse. Move a little bit quicker here. Put some pressure on this Team Liquid side, or they're going to fall victim to the same thing that Liquid did early on, which was not even a kill in the basement, losing all those battles upstairs.
Looking to not really run that same strat back, at least on the Liquid side of things, because the only person actually sitting up there, Warden, right? Redux sitting near that elevators, playing that lurk role, gonna be trying to, if unsussed out, catch one slip. A couple of members have made their way into that open area, and that's going to be the fallback. Redux not going to be able to find a kill. Did waste a little bit of time, right? We're down to that minute-and-a-half mark, so they did some time crunch. Will it be enough? That's the big question. We've got Capital and Ying on the board, so plenty of util dump when they get going.
They needed to get this Twitch in sooner, though, because now you're talking about a minute. You lose one of those Twitch drones, and that is 2 of those Goyo canisters. It's going to burn 20 seconds right now off the clock. It's unfortunate that Twitch did the job, but just took a little bit too long now. Diaz playing deep with the Tachanka all the way back in the vault entrance to be able to take that shot. So he has very little room for error here as he's shooting over the top of that deployable one. He hits a couple of them, though, piled on by those smokes in play, and Sexy Cake is just stymied right now. Look at that, hitting exactly where he wants to.
Wow.
Practiced and perfect from Diaz.
Smoke canister stopping the hatch drop, Tachanka fire stopping the server pop. Yeah, defense absolutely locked in, and I'm sure that Diaz has probably seen a couple of pendant videos because that placement on the shoe launcher is absolutely perfect. Gun on Daffo! Not to be denied. Daffo's able to find one. Sexy Cake does answer back. A second now, and it's put into the hands of Maya. It's in a 2v1. Diaz gonna be the last alive. LMG, and that's the problem run. The Tachanka, it's slow. The LMG not able to get the kill, and what was a beautiful defense gets absolutely shut down by LFO. Way to collapse. Way to have the 3-2-1. Way to call the bingo, and way to get yourself around.
And taking advantage of the fact that they banned out the mirror made it a little bit more difficult to play that area denial. Tachanka is having to rely on some of those audio or calls out from the teammates to say, all right, when is the right time to take the shot? And then not protected from behind. The vault is a little bit more vulnerable. And yeah, you said it. LFO pulls it off. They win on the basement site. Now, rather than go upstairs to that second floor, they're going to take their chances here on open area office. They're one round away from match point scenario and sending us to map 3. Nighthaven Labs is on deck if LFO in the must-win scenario can find one here. Otherwise, Liquid goes up 2-0 and moves on to that semi-final game. It's a best of 3 between these giants in the scene. We're glad you're here with us, friends.
10 seconds to go.
Oh man, you know what? That was a perfect scenario, to be honest with you. Defense played that so well and then just lost the gunfights. They stopped the push down. They've got the area denial in place in the right spots. And LFO still comes away looking the hero, still comes away with a round win, and on that precipice of match point scenario. Oh man. That was crazy. I love this game.
You know what? We're getting to watch 2 teams that are playing very close at the same level right now. It's not the beatdown, maybe that 7-1 that we saw, or that some of the people saw over on Card Stream with Black Dragons. There's much more locked in. LFO not ready to give up yet at this point. This is a great matchup for round 1 in this SAL double elimination bracket. So putting on the work, making it happen. What is Team Liquid going to try and do to respond here? Again, they're going to run double area denial. They're going to leave the Tachanka off the board this time and run the Valkyrie instead. And honestly, love that call. Give yourselves a little bit of that extra intel. Where is the LFO attack coming from? And that's going to punish Boxera to start this thing off.
He's going to see that first kill. Dokkaebi goes down as the Incandelas push in. Blitz taking space. It's going to take a Goyo charge to allow him to drop down the hatch. So now they're making their way back down there. They've still got plenty of pace-setting operators and their gadget utility on the board to slow this down. Complete giving up of the second floor. There's a bit of a bunker strat here, although with a side of extension as well. So we still got somebody playing towards that LFO area, still sitting down in that archives teller area. As the Valken a C4 ready to go. So yeah, we've rotated back to the first floor, but now we're going to the second layer of the extension, right? It is an absolute onion defense here, as it's just layers on layers on layers.
Yeah, and LFO brought along these ops a little bit on the cheese side, right? The Zofia, the Blitz, the Ying. I mean, this is all about causing some chaos that the defenders need to try and deal with. And you can hear some of those going off in the background, but it's Sexy Cake running the Blitz, trying to take up a little bit of space over there on the teller's side, but no defenders right now directly ready to take that engagement. They're sort of holding back and, again, playing more conservative. That's the way we expect this Team Liquid defense to run. Now, do they know that there's a player top blue? That's the question. Yes, they do. W play from Dafo.
Jesus Christ! Dapo makes Sexy Cake look like a copper as he baits in the pistol pop and then just fries him. Reduct does go down, but they still maintain that man advantage by 2. Equalized down. Oh, jeez, just falls apart. Absolutely gets crushed. Defenders are going to win that round. Sheesh.
Okay, defenders win the tertiary site, maybe the more difficult to defend, but it just doesn't feel that way today. It's been a bit of a switch up across the board with these SILCQs about which site are the defensive strongholds. It's interesting the way that we see the meta and the game shift real time here on the Siege double shot. So big win there for Liquid, and now they get the advantage. Gonna try that basement one more time rather than rotate up to that second floor.
Need to locate
that they can try and pull this off, and they're gonna change up the lineup substantially on the defensive side. No Goyo, no Tachanka. They're gonna use the smoke as that only piece of area denial, but more opportunity here to slow down and give away some intel on their side and block it with the mute. And you know what, LFO was relying on a little bit of that. Maybe, try and prevent the ace charges from going off if they're gonna, or ace, the Habanas from going off, but also just deny some of that intel as they try and find out where the defenders are playing at. So love the change up into the mute.
Yeah, honestly, same. You can put them in places that's going to force you to get bodies instead of drones. And anytime that you're wasting time that way and taking away that intel, huge. Honestly, just a huge play. They do find themselves spread out here as these get some jammers down in the archives. Tellers area, and really just going to try to make them guess is going to be the big point of this. You got to get bodies involved when the mute extends.
30 seconds in, and it's moving a little bit slowly here. A couple of shots taken, but they're working on clearing out the main lobby. And right now, nobody upstairs from the Team Liquid defense. The exception of Reduct is holding on to that second floor, and that's exactly what the drone is hunting for right now. But so far, misdroned at this point. He takes a shot, maybe unnecessarily gives away his position, holding on these marble stairs. Oh no, that's Maya. So they have a conference room. Reduct is still there, hiding behind the table. Oh, big opportunity.
I do love the rat strat, and they've got the mute that they're trying to get the demos on. Dapo's able to take it, so even though he's pinged out, he finds it. They're going to drop down. Dapo's good for a double, but he gets dealt with. They're finally able to answer back, and it's still going to be Reduct, who is sitting up onto that second floor, still unsuspected. So now in this man advantage sitting into the hands of Liquid, they've made their way downstairs, and the potential for Reduct to come down for the huge play is going to be big. Nest gets taken off the board, numbers get equalized, and Maya is but a bullet now, and they're gonna eat that bullet as the body shot rings out. Now puts him into a 1v3. They knew he was there. They suss out the Fenrir, and they find him as he's dropping down the hatch. Still 3 smoke canisters in place, but you're not gonna get a chance to use them as Angel is gonna Control Alt Delete the last player for Liquid.
All right, my friend, match point scenario for LFO. They pulled it off in the basement. Double win on round 7 and 9 in the basement. Liquid could just not find a way to manage that, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised LFO could have won that sooner. I have no idea how Reduct did not die upstairs when the Dokkaebi call came out. The LFO attacker should absolutely have found him, and I'm a little bit shocked.
He was on a mute jammer. Dokkaebi call be damned. He's hidden well. They can't find him. So Deimos ping off the board. Dokkaebi call, goodbye.
Play.
Didn't even hear it. Unfortunately, he gets deleted when he gets down the hatch. So they did know that it was coming. He was holding on to it. But the play was there. The vision was there. They just couldn't quite pull it off. Now we're in a have to be perfect for 3 scenario. LFO looking to snatch map number 2.
Well, and it is a best of 3. Team Liquid up 1 map to 0, and LFO putting on a bit of a show here on Bank. Each of these 2 teams potentially winning their map pick. Team Liquid has already pulled it off with a 7-4 victory on Chalet, which was very evenly matched throughout most of Chalet until Team Liquid came alive and wins 4 in a row to close it out. Straight. Bam, 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 bam. Can LFO try and pull that off, or is Liquid going to do it one more time? If they get that 4 in a row, we're sending ourselves to overtime.
10 seconds to go.
LFO looking to close it out before we even get to that spot.
5 seconds left.
Well, they head up to the 2nd floor. It's one of those primary sites. I mean, you can choose basement or 2nd floor, whichever is your fancy on a primary or a secondary, but still one of the stronger sites here on Bank. So who do they lock it in with? Area denial. They've got a little yokai in play, and then the tuber out. Honestly, a goated setup. To be perfect for 3, though, could be a tall ask because LFO, they're firing right now on Bank.
Feels like they waited until until they got to the 4th quarter bans to get rid of the glass to play upstairs on that 2nd floor. We hadn't seen a 2F defense from this team. We wanted to wait until there was no more glass available to play off on those windows. I mean, the DMR is just so strong right now. Thing is, LFO brought along a few of them. Mitrix and Boxera both bringing out the DMRs here, and look at that. Is that the Echo drone stuck in somewhere in the main lobby also?
Everybody kind of getting a little bit of stuck scenario going on right now. Tough on both sides of the board. That's a little bit of attack and defense. Having some funny little issues. Siege is a funny little game. First minute and 15, 20-ish taken off the board. Smoke canisters going to start ringing out towards that window play as they're trying to really just stall out for as long as possible, obscure some of that vision, and really it's kind of become one of those default plant spots when you're getting in towards this top floor. When you're doing a big main window take, it's get in close off the desk, plant onto the hard wall, open it up, and then hold on for dear life.
I love the fact that they're going for the quick execute, holding on to the windows, but Liquid is ready for this. This feels like it is going to fall apart for LFO. Can they pull off this attack in a quick execute? There is no glass in play. They lose the clear that they had on the Aruni gates because it took just a little bit too long to get this thing going. Reductus still has that the Echo drones in play. There come the Candelas, but this is going to fall apart for the attack.
Yep, there it is. They're going to start getting the plant down. Ying is going to be dealt with. C4 is going to find Blitz off the board. And in a perfect for 3 scenario, this is a real good way to start it out. They're going to have to open those laser gates back up. And a little bit of a redirect, a little bit of a readaptation here. It's a little Spider-Man action. They're looking to find whoever's sitting near that drop area. They're going to find the Dokkaebi off the board. Double ringing out from Maya. Still on some window play. Looking to catch one on a one tap, and it's there in process. Could potentially find it. Both on rappel. Could see somebody getting down to try to put some pressure from that ATM area. Shots towards the stock, swinging in, but just there's no sight. You're swinging it. You're not going to be able to hit the shot, and that's exactly what happens. Have to be perfect for 3. Run. They find their first.
Yeah, that was a great hold there from Liquid. They did overextend their position, held on, triggered discipline, both from a taking shots and a movement perspective, completely baited LFO into what looked like a quick execute. It looked like it was going to work, but it felt like something was missing from the attack. They had not cleared out any of the defenders from holding on to those long angles. 4 players trying to jump in a pair of windows was just never going to work when Liquid had that part on lockdown. Toss in a little bit of a smoke, the echo on top of it, and you had a recipe for a suffocating defense there on round 10, and Liquid pulls it off. So now 2 opportunities for LFO to find a win here to win before going to overtime. Liquid not done yet. There's a reason in one of the top of the T1 rosters. Fighting for their spot, though, in the last chance qualifier here for SI. I believe we're only 17 days away from Paris. One of these teams could make that trip.
I think we have to highlight the smoke on that last one, right? Feeling like something's missing on the attack as they're pushing in. Well, they just weren't able to clear the smoke out. He puts the smoke, or he puts those smoke bays in the correct spot where they're going to get their default plant. He stymied it twice, and that effectively shut him down. Then the couple of kills ring out, and now you need to reassess how it is. You need to look at your plan B, and you got to be fluid, and you got to have movement. And fluid, well, that's more into Liquid's hands. They find 1, need 2 more to secure it up for some OT.
Well played, G. That was another great one-liner there coming out. Yeah, the Team Liquid fans right now saying, you know what, L script right now for this team struggling so much. Do they want to see a map 3? Do we want to see LFO take this win? Is Nighthaven the place where we're going to finish out this best of 3? Or can Liquid, pull it together when it comes down to it at the end? Can they squeeze LFO in just the right places to pull off this win? Right now, it feels like it had, I don't want to say a bit of momentum at this point, but it feels like they're playing just a bit better and taking advantage of some of the LFO mistakes. So they're on the attack, they're opening up, clearing some of this defensive utility, looking for those sight lines, and look at that combo move that's going to be able to get the castle and the Goyo. Well played there by Flores.
Clearing out a bunch of that extension utility. Does get the drone off the board. We have the bandit here, so an attention and investment into keeping at least that main wall closed, but it's full extension here. Look at that Archives Teller wall completely opened up. So Castle solidified his hold. Instead of going up top for that vertical, which, yeah, they do have the smoke sitting in Janitor still, but instead of investing a ton into that vertical presence and pressure, it's going to be spread out horizontally instead. And now it's going to be Monty starting to make their way in. Angel's going to take Nest off the board. Candelas are in. Fenrir Gadget goes off. It's Util City right now as everybody trying to get active. Redux going to find one. Diaz is going to answer again. It's still going to be Monty on the plant, and he is going to stick it. So post-plant scenario, but it's a 4v2. They're going to get the down as it's a combo move with the smoke and the MP7, all putting it onto the shoulders of Nomad. You need 1 to hold and 1 to defuse, and you're all the way up on the top floor. Ain't nothing going on. They find it. In a perfect for 3, now they're up to 2. LFO starting to have a couple of beads of sweat across the brow as Team Liquid starting to get active. Run, you called it. Right? Is that 4 in a row that did it on the map? Could they do it again? They're on the precipice of doing just that.
Site selection there. This is going to be the big choice, and that, I think, a good call here from LFO to talk about it, because you take a look at where we went on the second half of this. It was a double win by LFO in the first 3 rounds. Basement both times. So Liquid has found success on the first floor, open area office, and second floor. And now they've won both of those in a row. That means that they have to choose either the basement or they're going to go Archive Tellers. And the fact that... Yeah, archive.
No, I'm saying let's do it. Let's send it.
That's
want
what
that one.
I think that's what LFO is talking about right now is if Liquid, I don't think Liquid is going to go basement because LFO has been successful there twice. It feels like we're going to see them preparing for the Archive Teller's attack just in case Team Liquid did it. They know what to do to win in basement. They pulled that off. Take the time out, talk about it, be ready for that kind of attack if they needed to. And Liquid is going to go ahead and be ultra conservative, it feels like. They're going to play basement, and they say, doesn't matter, we've been struggling, yes, but the combination of Tachanka, Smoking, Goyo, the anchors, the area denial, are going to be able to prevent LFO from getting a foothold down here and winning. We want overtime.
Like the addition here, we do have the Legion of Doom up. The trifecta, the triforce of area denial is around and active. Worked really well last time they were in basement, held out all the way until it didn't. They're thinking the factor, the X factor here that's going to make the difference here for Team Liquid is going to be the Maestro. Cams that can shoot back, a little bit of intel. Still into that stall game. Honestly, Run, this defense is Torch City. Not just physically with the flames, but time-wise as well. As it's just going to just try to do as much as they can to eat it alive.
Yeah, and you take a look at what LFO brought along to try and manage this utility. No Brava, no Twitch. They brought along the Ash this time to be able to maybe clear out some of the Goyo canisters, maybe clear out one or two of the Maestro cams, but she's going to have to be very effective with the use of that gadget. Hibana can try and pull it off too, but in general, she's not so good at trying to clear out those pieces of defensive utility. They've got 4 of the impact and nades in hand, and look at this. Diaz, rather than playing deep on the vault side to try and guard the plant, playing in garage to try and win that battle. And Angels has been on fire, 10-6-1, post-rehost after those first 3 rounds. So, I mean, right now crushing it, but it's Buckzera who has struggled. He was the hero back on Chalet in that devastating loss for LFO, not finding the same success on Bank.
This is a huge first pick. Right, it does get traded out. Ness gets taken off the board, but his util is going to be down. Finding the Ash down as well is going to take one of the frag leaders off the board, at least post-rehost. Start opening it up, putting some pressure on the vertical. He's going to really kind of rely on this util dump, right? We've got the Candelas in hand and a couple of grenades and flashes to force movement. And that's going to be the big part of it. Let's see if they're able to pull this one off.
Man, it feels like LFO is moving a little bit too slowly at this point. I mean, right, you're talking about 4v4, minute 16 left. The hatch is still closed. They're just trying to make that way down. The defensive util still locked in. Reduct and the Maestro still in play. I don't think they have done nearly enough yet to try and clear this. Look at that, going to pop one of those Goyo canisters in there. Going to catch one. There's that second, giving away some of that intel. Going to try and clear it out. Look at this. What a kind of a funny bug there. Going to wait for the Maestro to open up. Not going to happen. Man, and the Maestro cams, well played to give all of that intel on the shield downstairs.
Yeah, the big difference last time between this time and last time is they have got just a ton of area denial on the board, right? Just so much util in place that this is just going to be a tough hill to climb. Smoke canister is still going to block off that marble, and he's going to get as close as he can to holding on to the angle. And it's skewed, it's obscured, but now pressure towards that garage area. He's waiting for the rotate up, and that's going to be another smoke that goes in, and it's going to be the swing. They're going to take that man advantage as the Candelas start ringing out. That was a huge bit of first play.
Got one.
Is going to find one, but not before it falls apart. 4 seconds left. It's all going to be up to the Maestro, and they're starting to get that plant. LMG is going to claim one, and they're going to be in a post-plant scenario. All up to the Maestro. Oh my lord! The difference between the Maestro and the Tachanka is this LMG absolutely slapped. A little bit of damage done.
No way!
Push his way on up. LFO's gonna take it and run. We're going to map number 3.
You know what? Honestly, it didn't feel like the viewers and us were going to lose either way. We were either going to see an overtime or a map 3, and LFO pulls it off in a big victory. Angels the MVP at the end of this thing, and you know what? They had a great run to start this thing off. Here it is, my friend. Map 3 is on the way. They made it. They pulled it off. Big GGs to LFO. I mean, you take down Team Liquid when it matters most. The last chance qualifiers for SI.
Well, you know, any given Friday here in the R6 realm, and seeing a map number 3 just speaks to the caliber of the players here. You know what I challenge? I'm just not the Tachanka fan. I like the Legion of Doom. I like the 3-piece. Get rid of that damn LMG. Get rid of it. You don't even need it for rotates. You've got shotguns. The smoke is there. The
Chad,
LMG
he is so locked
slow,
in
and
on
it
this
costed
take.
again. It cost Liquid the round, right? He has a better, quicker gun in his hand. He's able to take both of those engagements, and that scoreline might be different. We might be in overtime right now for want of a quicker gun. We'll never know. We're going to have to find out on map number 3. That's the big question.
Map 3 on the way. So both of these teams won their map pick. That was Liquid picking up Chalet 7-4, and LFO Sexy Cake answering back 7-5 on Bank. And you know what, man, it was a treat to watch both of these teams so close, back and forth battle. This is not a one-sided just smash and grab that we have seen on some of these LCQs. LFO wants this, and it has to go to Nighthaven to see it. Man, my friend, we are one follow away from $8 grand. We appreciate y'all being here with us for the LCQs.
Yeah, thank you so much. The subs, the follows, it absolutely means the world to a couple of, well, non-local casters in this sense here as we take on SAL. Happy to have you. Happy to be here with you. Happy to bring you Nighthaven Labs for map number 3. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, that's exactly what we're doing. Ayo.
Let's go. I had to pause for just a second because that was it, man. You know what? I'm going to figure out who that was, but number 8,000, we appreciate you. Legend status, my friends. Thank you.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If that video doesn't just make the tingles absolutely flood your body here in this map number 3, both teams here to make history. One chance to get there. This is the last chance qualifier. Liquid and LFO onto map 3 in a quest to stay in the upper.
Oh, man. And honestly, we come down to it. We talk about it all the time that, like, there's some teams that you just do not want to see out of these tournaments, but ultimately one team has to win. One team has to move on. And, you know, I've been a Liquid fan for a long time, but getting a chance to see LFO put up some big numbers against the T1 team, and I love to see that as well. This is a region that is so competitive, brought so much hype when SI was down in Brazil. The SAL region is one of the greats, and honestly, love getting a chance to cast this team. And man, an SI without Liquid feels like something is seriously missing. So we're looking to see whether or not they can pull it off, but they have to win today. And LFO wants to try and shut it down. The loser goes to the lower bracket. The winner moves on to that semi-final game. You know what? All right, prediction is up. Who is going to win here on Nighthaven Labs, my friend?
Man, how do you even call it? How do you even make a guess, right? Both teams are just firing. Sexy Cake and LFO delivered a masterclass on Bank. Just completely locked that in. Liquid obviously taking Chalet. It was dramatic all the way until the very end of it. Nighthaven, I can't even get there. I can't even call it. I'm just ready to lock in, stay on the edge of my seat, and see who brings this one home.
You know, and right at the end of that previous map, we did it. We hit, with your help, 8,000 followers on the Siege Double Shot. We appreciate all of you being here to watch the action unfold. And SAL, man, we have covered the globe here finally, all 4 regions for the SAL CQs, open qualifiers, and now into the playoffs. I cannot wait for Paris. We've been such a part of the team's journey at this point that getting to see one of these teams in Paris is going to be fantastic. But here it is, my friend. We are ready for Nighthaven.
Oh, Nighthaven, probably one of my favorite maps, you know, in the map pool, and not probably, it honestly is. Although Fortress is making a real run for its money because of its just uniqueness that it's bringing to the table. But Nighthaven, right? It has a little bit of a couple of different types of map style play in it, right? It can be border. It can have that same clubhouse feel to it. And honestly, you're going to have to ban based kind of on that same way. Would not be surprised to see a Mav taken out here. Would not be surprised to see the continuation of the shield bans. And of course, on the other side, that Clash Mira is just so difficult to deal with. But they're going to go with the breach denial and then taking the thermite off the board.
I mean, we saw this yesterday during the APL that thermite was just so good. That was one of the things that CAG showed us continually over and over and over, that thermite was the guy. He could pull it off, and Nighthaven is another one of those maps that feels like it is so good here. Now, one of the things that you know, we didn't talk about in the start off, we don't get to control the game this time. The teams were making the lobby, and yeah, they switched what sides they're on. So if you're wondering why Liquid and the logos don't line up, hey, you know what? Teams are having a little bit of fun with the LCQ. So just pay attention to the colors this time around. I promise it's the same, guys.
Yeah, teams trolling prod, nothing new under the sun for that one, my friend. And they're going to do it on map number 3. With the bans that ring out in that double breach denial, they leave the Mira and the Azamia. So as we head to the second floor, it's obvious that's where we're starting, bringing both of those operators out. And honestly, it's a good way to hold onto the catwalk. It's going to make it extremely difficult to get past both of those operators to see yourself towards getting in and making that execute.
So Team Liquid starting off on defense this time around. They chose to start on attack on Bank, and I don't know whether or not we call that backfired or whether or not LFO was just better on their map pick overall. They didn't win when they had the opportunity to start on defense. This time around, to make that choice. So on Nighthaven, plays out very differently than Bank, although it's got some similarities. This one, way more effort to be placed on opening up all of the sight lines. The hard breachers and the breach now are going to be a significantly more important part of the way that this map is played out, and that's why LFO banned both the Bandit and the Cade. We want to make sure that they do not have to worry about that. And look at this, an early play here. Man, at the top of the stairs, that is the striker to go down, putting LFO a little bit on the back foot. They still have got the hard breach left alive, though, as Florio survives that battle.
Gonna do a little bit of Mira tricking towards that main wall. Well, I don't know if any Selma charges actually went out for that, and they're going to be actually opening up the backside instead. So defense does claim that man advantage as attack starts to get the main breach opened up. That Mira has at least dealt with, and they kept both of them in pocket, and they're not even putting one towards the catwalk. So interesting strat here out of Diaz, as you know, late round Miras doesn't give you an idea of where you're going to be having to make that push from or use that utility on until you are actually in the building.
Yeah, that is an interesting way that they've got this thing set up, but the early pick here has given certainly the Team Liquid defense a boost, and they're playing it pretty standard at this point, running the mirror window, not realizing that she's got a C4 in her hand waiting, goes and tosses the smoke, trying to bait out the C4. It's a minute 15. They know that she has it in pocket, in hand, waiting. So far, not taking the shot yet.
quickly stymied as that oil canister is going to ring out. It's going to stop that ultimate push in, and they're going to be able to deal with that Mira and smoke it off and crack it. So, you know, now it's just turned into a regular barricaded wall. Glaz up onto the top, looking for a cheeky angle. Sees a highlight there off in the corner, but not able to capitalize on it. In fact, Maya's going to take one off the board. Dia's going to find one as the Vector rings out. Maya now good for 2 into a 1v4. Florio, the last alive to get this one done. He's got a couple of flashes in hand, and they're going to deal with that C4. Not going to be able to use that. And look at that. He's onto the double kill, and quickly this becomes a winnable situation here for LFO. He's down to his half health. Flashes start to go out, taking a peek towards that pillar area. The problem is he doesn't have any intel, right? We don't know exactly where these defenders are sitting when trying to make that push in, and it's going to be Nesk to take that kill. It's a headshot and a good night and a sleep tight.
The mirror window still up, still blocking that position, and really not giving them any opportunity to push in from the connector side. So that was just a good defense there by Team Liquid. Standard, locked in, and LFO unable to work around it at all. So good hold there. Now LFO needs to try and redirect in the basement. Now, we've seen teams play this in 2 different ways, right? For sure, whether or not they go, you can see teams go for the direct fight downstairs, open up the main walls, but again, we really haven't seen either of these teams really lean into the hard breach, so it doesn't feel like that's the way that they're probably going to play it. Maybe more on the vertical side, right? Having a lot of time to try and hold on to the assembly side, vertical above, maybe try and go for that exo plant default in the corner. So it's a big question for LFO. What do they want to try and run? They're showing at least the Glaz initially. Love to see the Mav come out from this side and then open up those sight lines to give Glaz the cross that he needs to completely put pressure on this Team Liquid defense. But there's sort of there's the switch up with the hard breach, the Blackbeard, and Boxera running the ram. Yeah, they're gonna go for that vertical play.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
A little investment into the top floor. Nesk all the way up there. Maya also holding on there, trying to make sure that they can just waste as much time as possible. Already can see Diaz taking a little bit of damage as he tries to get active onto that spawn peak yet again. It worked in the last round, not able to find one this time, and almost pays the price for his hubris. Solus looking for that intel, trying to give a little bit of Q, and now knows that he doesn't have anybody close on this side. So he's able to I don't know, rotate around and see if he can get some more.
They got that main breach opened right now, but again, it's the basement. They need to be focusing on the downstairs part of this. And the question to Liquid, how big of a roam game are they running? Well, we still have got 2 upstairs on that second floor. Both Maya and Nesk holding on to 2F sites. So they are very heavy roam at this point. There is a possibility maybe for a little bit of a site direct downstairs because right now, no one in the basement. 0 of this Team Liquid defense is there. They're close to the stairs, but there is a huge opportunity for LFO, and they're going to miss this, and it is going to be unfortunate.
Man, what a wild strat. Just full retake scenario. And then, not that it's unheard of, but, you know, I guess if there is a site to do it on, it's 100% going to be that basement area here on Nighthaven Labs. So it's going to see Maya get that first kill as Deimos takes him off the board. Daffo able to find one in the answer back, looking towards the Blackbeard, but he's going to turn his back and lose his life as Angel's able to take him off the board. Reduct is now done. Into the kitchen play for the next set as the man advantage is into the hands of LFO now. They claim it by 1 and now have a pretty good opportunity to secure themselves their first round.
There's still nobody in the basement. They're holding on to storage, lounge, cafeteria. They're not even in position. Right now, Sexy Cake playing the Blackbeard is trying to hunt these players down, but man, this is an insane missed opportunity. Of course, they don't know, they can't see, but this piece of intel just is missing from the LFO attack side, and a Liquid really feels like, you know, they caught a lucky break here.
Blackbeard now making his way up. They're going to get a drone in, take a little look, and that's the right call. You've had 2 of the defenders make their way back down to the basement is now, so time officially torched as they hold on to those default plants scenarios. Does get a drone in, so they see where one is, sitting right there on the bottom. Take a quick look towards the backside. Still just worried about
What are
Diaz
they doing?
and that flank. You got to deal with it, right? Diaz is going to come through potentially on the flank and is going to have a huge play. There's Daffo to take Angels off the board now, still sitting with that numbers advantage, and there it is. Daffo twice and Nest to clean one up. Didn't even need the flank to get that one done.
Honestly, it's almost like they played the site swap. Right, they had the players, the utility upstairs, a little bit focused on the second floor. We see the attackers opening up that warehouse wall, but really nothing in the basement. No action for an entire 3 minutes. Even when it came down to the very end, he finally walks down the stairs with 9 seconds left. I don't know what LFO was thinking on that one. Maybe they partied a little bit too hard in the break between maps, but man, they need to lock in right now.
Attackers need
Liquid
to
is going to
locate and
destroy
defuse
you
bombs.
if you make mistakes. They need to be playing at the T1 level to try and win this game.
Partying too hard between
Attackers
maps.
have
We'll call it
discovered
the
the
Joe
location of a bomb.
U-Strat. Butler Land, if you know, you know. Shout out to our homies there. Oh, man. Okay. Well, 2-0 start for Team Liquid. Do a great job of keeping out the attackers from even getting down to where site's going to be at. And now they're going to go for that vertical play. Now they're going to go for that vertical hold. And Mira is on the board. Azami's on the board. Would love to see a castle here potentially, but look at those holes in the floor. What does that speak to? Somebody's going to be playing down in the basement.
The Joe U-Strat. What a W. what a W team, guys. You know what? That's going to live rent-free in our heads forever, my friends.
Forever. What a moment.
All right, so what do we want from this LFO side? That's really got to be the place we focus. Liquid's locked in. It's Nighthaven, competitive play. They know exactly what they need to do, and it feels like LFO right now, moving a little bit too slow, making too many mistakes, and not taking advantage of any of the opportunities that Liquid is giving them. So we see the Yin Candela go out, push the defenders back just a bit, but it's still a bit of a time torch. We're 40 seconds in. We've got a little bit control over here on the river side, but again, it's a first floor bomb site, so they still need to spend all the time upstairs on 2F, clear, and then make the transition down.
Okay. Well, he's just poised. He's on the precipice of trying to get active. Can get there, can put some pressure on, spots out the Kiba barrier. Potential that they're sitting behind it. It's been just stall city. Flash is going to ring out now as they try to put the pressure on the Azami, and the pressure works. Nest is getting ripped off the board as the headshot rings out. Beautiful bit of team play there. They go up in the man advantage. They still got the Candela. Sends in a couple for a little bit of that chaos, and it's going to see some of the defenders dropping down, kind of getting out of that first floor. So yes, you took that man advantage. Now you got to get down on site and capitalize.
Minute 24 left, and we still got 9 left alive in this lobby. Again, moving a little bit slow on the LFO side. They've got some of the vertical in play, gained control over the top of warehouse, but I mean, you can see this, the boogie drone is just opening that space. But Liquid holding steady. Again, they're not throwing bodies. You can see those orange outlines are not spending a ton of time or motion, right? Very controlled at this point. Again, taking some shots, looking for that default plant. There is one C4 in the hand of Reduct. That's the guy that we're going to be watching out for to play spoiler at the end of this round. But LFO, time to get active, my friends.
Man, I love it, right? Set your mirrors, it's set it and forget it strat. Somebody else can come behind and hold on to it, which is going to allow you to play that C4 from down below in the basement. Candela's causing a little bit of chaos, and they are going to get some movement here. Warden does put his special goggles and special plays in, so now that vertical is going to start to come into play. Get some damage. He's almost done and dusted, but he lives to tell the tale. A little bit of fire back sees Buck to get a few ticks taken off his HP as well. Still, though, 12 seconds run. Attack has just been stalled out. Now finally making their way in, and as the smoke rings out, they're going to find a kill, and they're going to double up on it as they claim that man advantage by 1. 2 seconds left. There's nothing to do. They start getting the plant down. Blitz starts making his way in, trying to go for the flank. A pistol pop and a body drop, but it's not going to be enough. Just completely stalled out. Defenders are going to take another one, and that is 3 in a row for Liquid.
solid start here for this team. They look like absolutely the better team. And if we had started off map 1 the way that Nighthaven had started, I mean, this would be absolutely incredibly one-sided. We'd be talking about the demise of LFO early, the blowout that's happening against the T1 team. Where is the LFO that we saw on Chalet that went map for map, round for round, 1v1s nearly every single round? Where's that team? That's the one that's missing right now, and Liquid has locked in. The problem is, okay, maybe it's a bug. Maybe it was a drone bug, an audio bug, something that was holding them back as one of the players hops out for just a moment. And we got to talk about how good Liquid had looked so far. And the bans that come in, right, they want to get rid of the blitz. That was, I guess, a thorn in their side just a little bit, but it has not been a huge one. LFO has really struggled at this point.
I like the blitz ban, right? 'Cause he was having the impact. He was quick, he took space, and then put himself onto a flank, which could have potentially got themselves around, but was ultimately sussed out, of course. So, yeah, blitz ban makes sense. Mira, obviously take it off the board. The thing is, you have to pick your poison here on the defense because there's so many operators that are so good on Nighthaven, really just adding to the strat of the hold. And so, pick your poison. It's going to be Mira for this one, which means the zombies get to stay around.
Yeah, I mean, and Azami is certainly an op that Nesk is very skilled with. It's going to be one that makes the LFO push in definitely a little bit more difficult, but that's the full round rotate. If Team Liquid found a way to win on the second floor basement and storage control, and it felt like LFO wasn't in the right place at the right time for basically any of for certain the last 2 rounds. The second floor attack to start off with felt like it was maybe a little bit better, but really that basement attack back on round 2, when you take a look back at that one, the fact that Liquid had nobody in the basement, completely unaware, losing the gun battles upstairs on the first floor, and not dropping down to the basement until you were basically in single-digit seconds left was a problem that is
Attackers need to
is
locate
not
and
going to
defuse
win you
bomb.
an SI. And that's what we're fighting for right now. This is literally the invite to the 6th Invitational if they can win the LCQ. So they've got their work cut out for them. It's time to lock in if they want it bad enough.
Yeah, 3-0 start isn't the worst on Nighthaven, right? I mean, yes, we should have seen more activity on that first floor, that test on the turf. That was a good opportunity for LFO to claim one, but now they've seen all 3, right? Now they've seen the round rotate. Now they know exactly what they're coming up against. So the ball is in LFO's hands to be able to try to adapt to what Liquid's bringing to the table. 3-0 start, potentially to see a 3 on the back, as history's shown that LFO is great at adapting, right? Sexy K can lead this team through to tying this thing back up. That's exactly what we want to see on this map number 3.
All right, my friend. What do we got to try and get done here? I like the change up that LFO brought, right? You're gonna run this intel piece with Boxera onto that Brava, right? And bringing along the DMR, the big cameras in hand to try and make that happen. I've got the ace to open up these sight lines upstairs, but you're going to need to move significantly quicker this time around. You see the operator holding. Malus is just sitting there waiting, holding out on her drone, watching to see when this attacking team makes the push in to be able to go and swing it, but little does she know she was on camp.
So they suss it out. He's looking for that other drone, looking for that clutch, trying to see if they can figure out where the heck it's going to, and a lot of value being had right now. Banshees, BPs, and defaults. Gonna get that clutch off the board, but not before it's done some significant damage to this defensive util. Still 5 all alive as that first minute and 15 has rang out. Means we're gonna start to see that first bit of contest here as they start to open everything up.
Yeah, slow, right? Scared, not locked in. There's a lot of ways that you could talk about the way that LFO is playing right now. Minute 26, more than half the round gone. Still all 10 left alive, and not because Liquid needs to push this. It's because LFO isn't. They are holding back, not really taking any chances at that point. I mean, they're just barely trying to get a little bit of control on Connector at this point when we're hitting that minute of gameplay. Still have to try and deal with the Warden. Yeah, you're going to toss in a bunch of those Incandelas, but man, Team Liquid maybe is going to get themselves caught in a situation because they're stacking up on each other. This is 54 seconds away from another Team Liquid, a defensive win.
Potentially, right? But it's going to be the collapse that we're looking for. They're checking the boxes, they're getting in place, and they're going for that, not the 30-second strat, right? They're going to go for that 15-second strat, and that's going to be a tough one when you go down in the man advantage. Striker with his life forfeit. Now it's going to see Team Liquid up by 1. Candela's back in the board. Warden not going to pull on his glasses. Instead, they're just going to take the fight. It's going to just fall apart for the attack again and run. You called it. Team Liquid just, well, I guess Wicked could be fair too, but Team Liquid just absolutely locked in and holding those angles and holding that long game. And they're just playing that one better. 11 seconds is going to see us one away from getting equalized, though, as they start to make the push in. Again, it's that low strat. Prone, Pone, and Owen's going to see it go through. Maya, good for 2.
Yeah, this is exactly what we said coming into this, is that LFO was just struggling to make anything happen, really didn't make any adjustments at this point. And it reminds me, you know, I got to look back at the NA LCQs that we spent a lot of time casting, that we had one of the games that went in that Happy and I casted, that went a crazy, unbelievable map to double overtime victory, so close in the battle that kept that team alive. And then we went into map 3 and the underdog completely collapsed. They put it all on the line, all on the table in map 2 to send it to that third map, and they just had nothing left in the tank. And the bigger, you know, more established org, it came through and shut the underdog down in a decisive map 3. And that feels like where we're at here. LFO did a fantastic job on Bank to pick that one up 7-5. Looked like they left it all on the table and are letting Liquid just run over them here on Nighthaven.
Yeah, the problem is they didn't find any capitalization towards their goals on the Tersh site. So now we expect Liquid to win the primary sites, right? 2F should go to the hands of Liquid. Basement probably should go to the hands of Liquid unless we see something wildly different. We still have the Mav on board. Honestly, I would love, and not going to be the case, at least we've seen from this lineup, but I would love to see a Glaz, Mav, Exo hold, right? Default plant, just open it up enough that Glaz can put the pressure on, come down those Exo stairs, and then get it done for a plant. Something, though, is going to have to happen. Last time we saw the defense, they were spread all the way up onto the top floor. In that 15-second strat that LFO is trying to bring together, it just works a lot harder when Liquid is playing right into that. And they're doing it beautifully.
Went back to look at my notes. It was Nadeshot versus Cuz. The LFO org that was one of the NAL Pro League teams taking on Cuz. Cuz had an incredible 8-7 victory on map 2. What happens on map 3? Nadeshot 7 O's in one of the most decisive maps that we got a chance to watch in the LCQ. They put it all on the line and had nothing left in the tank. So LFO, you know, I don't want that for you guys. I want to see a little bit more closer of a match here. So without the fact you can't run the mirror, this Liquid team can't run any of the breach denials. They can't run the mirror. You've got some opportunities here. Got to get downstairs in this basement to put direct pressure on Liquid, though. But again, they're playing completely off-site. There's nobody in the basement directly. I was going to say that, and then Diaz makes the drop back into Nano, but Dafo's holding on to the stairs. I mean, that's it. We're spending time at more than 1 minute into this round still droning 2F.
Well, because that's where they held it last time, right? That's what it was last time, and they all rotated down at about a minute and a half, and then went full turtle strap mode outside of one person still holding up top, trying to play into that lurk roll. So they've got to be careful, and it's ghost pressure at its best. You have to assume that somebody's going to be up there, even though now most of them have made that rotate back downstairs. Time officially torched.
I like that we're finally seeing this LFO attack and some of the vertical here. They're going to use the ram, takes a couple shots, but doesn't look like any damage dealt yet at this point. And that's still trying to gain some space on the first floor. And man, Maya has been absolutely locked in. 9-1 on the Azami. An unbelievable performance here on map 3. Right place, right time. And LFO has just been feeding them bodies.
Yeah, tough one. They find the entry, and it's starting to look a little dire, a little desperate for LFO here, as they not just down in the scoreline, but down in the man count now as well, and that can start to feel a little dangerous. It can start to feel a little bit of a mental shock, especially when you're in that longevity run, right? You're not just playing for that quick win. You're in the marathon. You're in this best of 3. Can't get shocked then, and that's what it's kind of looking like for LFO. Having a hard time putting a strat together to defeat Team Liquid.
And final 8 seconds left. What is going on? He gets that plant down. 5.2 seconds to start this thing off. Maya's left alive. 10-1. No time left as Liquid shuts it down. Florio, the rest of the team, they pick up a couple of token kills at the end. That is a 5-0 start for Liquid. LFO at least got a little bit closer. You know, we'll give them that. What a big change they saw from back on round 2 basement attack to round 5 basement attack. But it's too little. I'm not going to say it's too late yet because it's not. But man, it was absolutely too little. And they need to step up in a big way right here. Team Liquid doesn't feel like they're having incredible defenses. They're just not making mistakes. And LFO is just piling them on.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, just absolutely looking not like the team that we watched earlier. I mean, that's just plain and simple, right? They're losing their ones. They're getting caught out on the isolation. You know, strats just being read through. Needs something to talk about it, right? They need a Fabian-esque style chat from the coach saying, you are losing your ones. Play a little bit more conservative, right? Maybe a little aggression, but you got to do that with the power of friendship. They do bring the Glaz on board for this round, so a definite switch up to the strat. Monty going to be utilized as well, and then the Roteros to finally deal with that Azami that they thought might be playing up there, but isn't, right? And they don't have to force anybody into that movement. There isn't a ton of extension util outside the barbed wires that you're going to be dealing with. So maybe a little bit more of a comfort pick on that.
2 minutes and 30 seconds in. Still working on LFO, taking some shots. And now they're going to work the util part of this. Use the Flores to try and clear out some of this space. Get rid of that barbed wire. It's a first floor hold, so this is a great opportunity for them. This is historically one of the more difficult spots. And Reduct here running the clash. I mean, definitely a little bit slower. It's something that LFO can and has worked around previously. It's a vertical play right now. Basically, you know, you're looking at the clash upstairs on the second floor. Maya as well, but that's it. The rest on this first floor. There's a huge opportunity to play and win the vertical. They just need to get on it and get about it a little bit quicker. Losing the Glaz is seriously unfortunate, but still have got Sexy Cake with the Monty. They can get a shield in here, get some defense, get a plant down.
Huge first pick, and it's just been going that same way all the way around. Man, the Glaz off the board, that hurts. Not just the game, but your feelings too, right? That's the adaptation that you were bringing to the table, and it was effectively just dusted off the board. So they're going to claim that man advantage. Half the round gone now is Monty going to start making their way up. And it's crazy that it's going to be Sexy Cake that's going to be on the Monty to do the work, right? And maybe we're just trusting in the pistol pop of Sexy Cake to be able to bring this one into contention. But another C4 is going to find it. That's both of them dusted, but they both find kills. Huge value out of the C4 play.
And when you look back, Bo3 picked up 13 kills on that map 1, and he's sitting at 3-6-2 right now. And you know what? Trying to make the push in this window, the Monty play, Dafa was just ready for it. Liquid locked in and just making this look easy at that point. 6 in a row. They're trying to match the performance that Nadeshot did after being so close on that map too. Boy, if there's any LFO fans in the chat, now's the time to step up. Get loud, my friends, because your team needs it. Team Liquid is putting a beat down on LFO, getting ready to send them to the lower bracket and move on to the semifinals here in the SI LCQ.
Yeah, it feels like just a different type of caliber of play going on here, right? Liquid, the known quantity, the GOATs. They've been around, they've done this before, and when you put yourself in a best of 3, right, with a team that is starting to solve your strats, you're taking your knowledge from map 1, you're taking your losses from map 2, and you're implementing everything on map number 3. Completely read into 6-0 perfect half. Huge.
Same, and we're talking about a team that that was much closer on both of the previous maps, 7-4, 7-5, including a win there on Bank. Right, and we talked about how great some of those early matches were, coming down to 1v1s with seconds left on the clock on that Chalet map. It was electric. This one, man, somebody just turned the power off on the LFO side, and they need to turn it back on ASAP, brother.
Okay, well, looking for that reverse sweep, and this is definitely going to be a, the potential is there, right? LFO's going on to defense now, which, of course, it's Nighthaven. This should start to see a couple of wins going into their favor, unless they've just completely chopped it. We've got Pulse hiding behind the chassis. Sexy Cake going to try to remain hidden, keep that strat off the board, and then play into those C4s a little bit later into the round. That could be the play if he's able to remain unseen. If not, they're going to be Deimos and trying to find this guy.
All right, my friend. LFO on defense. Nighthaven, it can be defensive sided, certainly. If you're a Team Liquid, you're legendary on defense on this map, but for sure part of it was LFO just really struggling to get anything going, more than just some of the map statistics. So this is going to certainly skew some of those stats defensive sided here for Nighthaven. So what we got to do from LFO side, you know what? The Vigil Boss G is a very interesting pick. It's one of those picks that, you know what, it can be perfect. You can come out looking like a hero with that play, and then sometimes, man, it is just a terrible play. So difficult you get into one of these multiplayer, where you're going to need a lot of bullets, where you're going to need all of that extra action. The Boss G just leaves you very, very handicapped. And look at this. He's going to take a peek on the stairs, and I honestly can't believe Bo3 didn't lose his life right there.
A lot of intel being had by the Pulse here, is potentially looking for a Jinxie C4 off that connector area. So we'll see if that plays out. They're really just kind of holding down at the moment on the side of Team Liquid, really just getting the drones in the right place, making sure that they've sussed out where every single defender is sitting at, making sure that they don't have to deal with any of that vertical play as they go in and try to take some of this space. Daffo onto the Nook feels like a fun call. Starting to make their way into the basement, looking for some sort of play, looking to make somebody miss. And bringing that new DMR into hands. Diaz is able to find Bo3 off the board, and that again is going to be a man advantage towards Team Liquid as they're trying to solidify a 7-0 start. Grimbees go out as they take a little bit of space inside of Electrical there, and They get some drones, so see if they can capitalize, see if they can use that intel and get themselves a couple of kills. ADS is there, flashes are going to ring out, and he's going to put into a kind of a dangerous position as they make their swing.
OW
over. He's gonna
flash?
find the kill, but Reduct and Maya able to find the kill onto him. Now into a 4v2 run. Again, it's falling apart. It's all going to be up to Sexy Cake and Florio, but the Sexy Cake goes down, and Florio quick to follow. Team Liquid comes back, and in a dramatic, a dynamic GG in the all chat for a 7-0 slammer on map number 3. Sheesh.
What a play. Team Liquid just showed us all why they deserve to be in this spot, why they are the team to beat here in the LCQ. And you know what, LFO, I don't know whether or not they're done completely, but they certainly struggled there at the end. And if you just joined us for that map, that was a completely different show than what we saw from LFO. Well, we'll talk about 3 hours ago at this point. Map 1 and 2, significantly better. There were some amazing plays from that team, and man, they just ran out of steam against the T1 Legends. So big congratulations to Team Liquid as they move on to the semifinals. Today in the SILCQ playoffs, one more best of 3, the semifinals, to decide who is moving on to that grand final match. And honestly, we cannot wait for it. It's going to be Liquid. And you know what? I don't know if we actually know who the other team is yet. I had to pull up the bracket myself. You can use the bracket command in chat. Oh, there it is. We know, my friend. Elevate. Liquid v Elevate in the semifinal to decide who moves on to the grand final.
What a statement. What a game. What a day. What a region. LCQ here to make history. One last chance to get it done. So sit back and relax, because when we come back, bring in another set of maps. Say yo.
Let's go.
Even if
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back for the second match, and honestly, I don't know, Run, I just feel like we're living some sort of dream. We're living somebody else's life, because today, me and you, we get to bring the story of Liquid versus Elevate, and that is a huge W.
Yeah, this is a match that we've been looking forward to. Watching the bracket develop, trying to figure out which teams were going to make it further in the bracket. I mean, there was a lot of bets on the Liquid v Elevate. And it is, you know, Elevate is the APAC roster for sure. But down in the SAL was where the Academy, Elevate AC, had been playing. You and I got a chance to cast them as a part of the SILCQ last year. They are back again. And this time they're having to fight Team Liquid. And it is a much more difficult battle. Liquid looked like they had a little bit of vulnerability going into that first best of 3, taking on LFO, Sexy Cake, their former player, but Liquid just locked in at the end of that best of 3, cleaned up map 3 in decisive fashion, 7-0, to get ready to face Elevate. Now, we had a little bit of an extended pause, so now it's time. Teams are ready, locked in, game going, my friend. Let's take a look at the lineup.
Well, yeah, no need to say this one out loud, right? We're back on Team Liquid, back with the Diaz, Nesk, Reduct, Dafo, and Maya, and going against Nux, Romeo, Gab, Zhao, and Will. Like, this, honestly, is going to be a fun one. When I first started watching Siege, we equated Elevate to, like, the Hardy Boys, high-flying, double runouts, just really extreme, aggressive plays, and I'm sure that this is going to be a very similar fashion. I'm ready for this one, but the battle is told by where the battleground is set. Let's find out where we're going.
You know what? We're looking through the map bands here, and man, I know you and I were both feeling the same way. Fortress at Lair, the first ones to go. No! I thought for sure that getting a chance to cast the T1 Liquid team was going to net us a Fortress map pick, as they were ready to decimate some of the teams that maybe hadn't put enough time and prep into Fortress. But Liquid goes ahead and bans it and Layer, maybe saving some strats for SI when they make that transition over. Chalet is going to be the place we start, which was the same map pick we saw on the first best of 3. And then Border, very different playstyle than we saw on any of the other maps. And closing it out on Consulate, my friend. But guess what? We're here. It is time for Chalet.
That's right. Yeah, almost certainly making sure that they're not giving away some of those strats, right? It's the unknown quantity of Fortress. They're going to keep on to that one. They're going to make sure that they've got a little bit in the tank when they go against the big boys. If they make it there, they got to get past this first one. Run, it's back to Chalet. Team Liquid trying to make that statement again. We're going to start out with the bans. No surprises here. Azami and Monty going to be the first to go.
Yeah, the shields is one of the things, again, that Team Liquid had been known for. Elevate Academy wants to make sure that they don't have that available. Leave that gone. And then the other big one that has been an important part of the attacker side bans consistently and constantly is the Grim. The defenses do not like to have to deal with how much information they gain from the Grim across the board. It's those constant pings coming out, and if you have a team that plays the vertical well, it'll put you in a very difficult situation. So got a little bit of a pause as the teams work through some Moss issues, but man, when you look at the Azami and the Fenrir on the other side of it, this is that could make it a little easier for this Liquid team to push in. And we look back at Chalet versus LFO. It was a 7-4 victory for Liquid. And the big story that we were talking about, that entire map, was the idea that Liquid was not dominant to start off. They had back and forth, came down to the final seconds of several rounds before they got their momentum going and picked up 4 in a row to close out the map. So it's a team that, you know what, you got to watch out for. Watch them get hot. Wait for them to get hot. Can they pull it off? He was ready for it at the end. They are certainly warmed up now after winning, in decisive fashion in that third map. They crushed LFO on Nighthaven 7-0.
Okay, well, now you're caught up, and we're going to get to it, and it's going to see kind of a similar Denari strat that what we saw being utilized in the last one. Did you see that? It was above that half wall towards piano, and if you set them out one left and one right, you're effectively covering that piano window and the bathroom window in one go. Makes it tough to get it through. Have to expend some utility or a drone to be able to push in through there without taking that debuff that comes from the trip connector. So a little bit of honestly, do we have to write that one down, Run? Is that going in the rank strat? Is that just the new thing?
We've absolutely seen that before. That was a part of the NAL as well. So it for sure belongs in the rank strat because it's a very successful setup covering both of those, and they're also very difficult to clear. You have to expend utility that cannot be shot off the wall because of that positioning, and even from the rappel on the big window, still no really way to clear that utility off, and it's perfectly placed across the midpoint of those windows. No way to get in without having to trip the connectors, as it were.
Okay, I like it. First minutes going down as drones are getting in and doing the work, and look at this. An L85 that's close. Oh, it's going to see find that first on the Nesk. That's going to get a little confusing potentially. But first kill is going to take an attacker off the board. And they've locked themselves into a good spot. It does get traded though, as the actual trade. Both headshots ring out. So Gabu goes down, and that's going to find us in a 4-3.
That's a couple of huge picks there from the Elevate Academy side to take down 2 of the big players there on Team Liquid. Nesk and Maya, I mean, who had an incredible series against LFO just across the board. So they've still got a ton of assets in place, though. You have the Capital and the Ace to be able to open up those sight lines, and they're going to take down Zhao. So it is not a guarantee here. He starts to jaywalk right across that mezzanine and loses that battle from the player at the back of the library. 58 seconds left. There's still a ton of defensive utility in play. Dafo is not going to have time to try and pull it off with this with the Twitch, and already we're hearing the Ace charges go off. This is just very slow, very late.
I like this double deployable that they've got set up. That sitting on the halfway point of blue, if he doesn't push forward and lose that engagement on the bottom of blue stairs, honestly, a real power position, especially with the one locked up the top near the piano double. An interesting strat that does find ourselves tied 3-3 with 22 seconds left. Capital goes down as Romeo's able to find one. Dafo answers back now into a 2-2 scenario. But the fire, that's going to stop the push back up. So a little bit locked out now as they wait for it. 9 seconds. They have to put some pressure onto that piano area or start to get the plant down, and it's going to be plant. City as Redux starts to get here's the feet. He's not able to take it, finds the kill, and he's going to get it down just in the nick of time. But there he is. Frost is able to come up and saves the play on time and kill.
Plant going down, a little bit objective base there from Team Liquid, no surprise. The problem was didn't have enough assets in place, not enough map clear in-house to be able to pull that off, and Elevate Academy on defense punishes Liquid to start this thing off. This is the Team Liquid map pick. We know that they had a decent first half, but they were better on defense. So Elevate needs to really pile up the wins here on the defensive side, and because once Team Liquid gets on defense, it is only downhill from there.
Dynamic first round. Defense
Attackers
gonna win
need
it
to
up on the
locate and
top.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
Now take it down to that first floor, and it's like if we just want it on the top, we can probably pull the kitchen dining as well. With potential to have a
Attackers have
similar,
located bombs.
setup, or at least they know they can defend the top. Mira is going to be on board because they took the Azami and the Fender down. Couple that with the slowdown capability of those Goyle canisters, looking to really dig in and hold on to the vertical here.
I like to set up the combination of this the projectile deny
10
from
seconds
Lamai.
left
So
before
important here when you're playing out this Chalet. So many
5 seconds left.
opportunities there for the projectiles to come in. Now that's an interesting spot to see the mirror window go, looking down at those blue stairs. So she's gonna drop down, likely take a shot and put her other mirror window on, looking towards the dining plant site. So it's a ton of utility upstairs, right? Combination of the Goyle cannons, the tuber out. Right now, yeah, 4 of the 5 defense holding on to that second floor, and no way Diaz goes down. Oh, tragic as Zhao punishes the attackers as they make that push in. Another early spawn peak. Elevate is doing a better job playing aggressively on defense to start this thing off on. Team Liquid has across all 3 maps we've seen.
Yeah, that's a tough one to lose early, especially because that's part of the util. It's going to help you take some of that space, specifically when you're trying to get up and play against those mirrors, right? You're getting your Twitch drone in place, or you're getting a body up there to do the manual punch option to break that thing. Those smokes, they're going to help. Those fires, it's going to push that player off of that stronghold, off of that critical push point. So Elevate finds himself with a huge first pick right out the gate.
Oh, look at that, the C4 tossed out, man. That was a W catch there from the observers. We got to see the magnet catch one, and then the C4 come across. Look at this, a little bit of quick peek happening, and no way, Zhao, what was going on there? Oh, what a W play, using the two-row to stop that Raura as it was going. We're seeing all kinds of just craziness happen right now as Nux is just locked in this corner.
Look at
push up close like that. He's one to get active on the gate. Romeo again going to come out with a double as Reef Duck and Maya go down. So it's all going to be left now up to Twitch. He gets into a strong position there to try to use his cutoff routes, but he's stuck outside, right? That's a tough place to find yourself. So now in a 1v3, he's still fighting that battle upstairs with a diffuser cold.
Yeah, that is going to slow Twitch down for sure. But sitting at a 5-0, right? Dafo's the guy that you want to have left alive with a gun in his hand right now. He's been carrying this Liquid team. The problem is he hasn't carried them to a single round win. And with 40 seconds left right now, the 3 players on Elevate Academy look like they are locked in for yet another. And it's going to be Romeo to pick up that final kill here. And Elevate looking pretty darn good on defense.
No kidding. Right, they just slammed out both sites there, and it felt very dramatic. It felt very 1vx scenario in the end of it, and Liquid just kind of caught on the back foot here. A stark contrast from what we watched on their first iteration of that, right? When it was that back and forth battle until the end where they took those 4 in a row to win it. So, yeah, Team Liquid, time to wake up. This time they're going to have to do it on the Tersh.
It's a good question, you know, and Flank, if you've been hanging out at the Siege Double Shot watching the channel, I mean, we talked about this this change in the strategy for Chalet is that the team just started backing away from playing the basement site on Chalet, partially because there's so many opportunities and avenues for attack. Teams have gotten very good playing the vertical. You've got a lot of opportunity over on the wine side. A couple of, you know, decent default plant spots, but with so much defensive utility, sometimes it can be difficult to clear all of that out. And if you are good at playing the vertical, these mid-floor sites offer a little bit more buffer. Plus, sometimes you can play the C4 down below. They have really fallen into favor with the competitive players across the globe, as we've seen the mid-floor site rise across. Really starting at year 9, but certainly gaining momentum in year 10.
Yeah, we're talking, if you're talking entries into Chalet, or into the basement in Chalet, we're talking, I believe, like 8 separate entry points that attack can come from if you've done your due diligence and opened everything up. So, yeah, just a lot of variety to it and a huge vertical hole. So instead, opting for that first floor play gives yourself a chance for that extension up onto the second floor. And really, they're looking for the time torch here. They're looking for making sure that you have to eat bodies, that you have to eat util, and that you have to take that space up top, or you're just not going to be able to get in and get that plant.
And take a look at this. Everybody's piled up on that game's window, and it did. Wow, a W play there from the glass coming out. They were getting ready to completely jump in and flood the site with that window, but it did not work out. It sort of fell apart at the last couple seconds. Some good plays there from the Elevate Academy defense to shut down Team Liquid again. We're talking a 4v2. They have not been able to, feels like, carry a man advantage into the final minute of gameplay on, I think, any of the rounds we've seen so far. We are dangerously close to 3 in a row to start off this first quarter.
Yeah, but this is classic Liquid, right? This is classic, you know, they're going to get a few rounds. You take your stripes very early, and then you capitalize off of reading into what they were doing, right? So, you know, yeah, if they take 3 in a row, maybe they even take 4 in a row. A timeout is going to see a difference in Liquid as they start to get forward, unless they just, of course, get outdone in the process. There's going to be that last one taken. Let Dafo take
no
off the
way.
board.
What a flank.
One, though. Now down into a 1v3. Glass starts to make his way up, but Banshee's going to give a location, a little bit of a sound cue on where he's sitting. Looking towards that kitchen area, looking for any hint of a glimmer of almost finds one, but a C4 will do it. Good night, sleep tight from the long distance. That's the thing, though, Run, right, is like we've watched Liquid kind of just warm up into the rounds. And it's not so much that they're, you know, playing bad. It's that they're kind of trying to get into the read, They're seeing what the takes are. Then they take a second, they talk about it, and then you see, like you saw in the last one, 4 in a row to bring it back. This time's just a little bit. Elevate is just slamming on the first 3, so no terse sight to be had there. Unfortunately, if you're a Liquid fan, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them start to turn this one back around.
Ooh, look at this, another Ela-ban. You said that previously on the Chalet you had not seen an Ela banned out previously. I mean, rare to see here on the Siege Double Shot. We're gonna catch it again. That's wild, and it was Team Liquid that banned it on Chalet previously as well. That Azami Clash Ela was their strategy. This time Azami Fenrir Ela, expecting the Elevate Academy team to maybe not play the Shield as much as that LFO roster, but man, kind of crazy that they've got a locked in about the way they want to see it.
Yeah, they got a way they like to play, and they got some ops they don't want to deal with. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, when you ban the Ela, you still got the Scorpion in the hands of Denari as well, and that's exactly who they're showing out the gate here from Romeo as they head down to the basement. And now this is fun, right? Now you usually. Right, you see your round rotates, then you run them on back. The fun thing about Chalet is every single site on this map is a viable option for the defense. Every single one. So now that they've seen the first 3, this is where Liquid would start to go, okay, here's where we made our mistake on site number 1. Here's where we made our mistake on site number 2, and start to fix those issues. But now they're still going to be caught on the back foot because they got to see one that they haven't seen yet, right? We take it down to the basement. They're going to have some investment into the roam game, Vigil and Solus on board. Yeah, this is a whole new look. Yet again, could catch Liquid off guard. Could see a 4-0 start to this.
That's a good point. I mean, there's most of the maps in Rainbow Six don't have that solid 4-site option. Consulate maybe some of those a little bit better than others, but Chalet is really that place that's significant now. As mining continued to get a little bit better and better on Cafe, we started to see it, but there's still a few maps where that 4-site is terrible. And nice that Chalet isn't one of them, and you said it. Gives this Elevate Academy team a little bit of a boost, so now rather than having to start the round, rotate back, give Team Liquid something to iterate, something to adapt off of. You get to play that 4th site one more time. Now, the problem is, we talked about it when one of the people in chat asked, it's a little bit more difficult of a site to defend, but right now, Elevate Academy doesn't feel like they have a problem defending here on Chalet. They have basically had an answer back for everything that Team Liquid has thrown at them. Part of that has been the opening picks and building a significant man advantage early on, and then just sort of allowing it to go, allowing, you know, the not pushing that advantage, playing a little bit safe. So if they can build up that man advantage, Team Liquid is certainly going to be in a difficult spot. There is an opportunity, though, here for Liquid, and they catch Elevate off guard. And see this, just the defensive utility around the map completely spread out. We're talking the Goyo canisters on the 2nd floor, trip connectors on 2nd floor. It almost feels like they were doing, again, another little bit of a site swap on this team.
You know what's awesome is this just isn't an investment into the roam game. This is a fully solidified and fully realized hold all the way up onto the 2nd floor, being able to potentially hold down onto the 1st as well to try and take some of that vertical. The problem is, yeah, you're completely isolated. You know, it's 1v1 gunfights, and Team Liquid love that sort of action, right? Give me that one-on-one. Don't put the power of friendship behind it, and they're catching them off guard completely. So full investment into the extension instead of the roam game. Not quite working out in the hands of Elevators. They're looking to lose their 1st on Chalet.
It's not quite done yet, but yeah, sitting in a 5v2 scenario. Now the question is, how long is it going to take Liquid to identify and make the adjustment and make the push down these stairs? You can check out where you see all of those blue outlines. They are all over the place, but not on site. We're seeing a little bit of garage push here, but that's where Nux is holding on, hanging on, waiting. And they still have to get through the Cade Claws. They still have to get through the Denari trip connectors. And now they're starting to have to do it with little time. Less than 1 minute in hand now.
Plenty of time. It's a 5v2. All they're waiting is the 3-2-1 bingo call, right? Then they're just going to collapse onto site. It's 2 players or 2.5 players per player left alive. Well, that's going to shorten the odds just a little bit. Nest is going to get deleted.
2 players?
As the headshot rings out. Yeah, now it's just the 2-up that you got to deal with. 33 seconds as it starts to count down. Damos Ping is going to suss out the Soulless. Thermite's going to start opening it out. They're still going to play this one by the book. Even though they've got the numbers, they don't just rush site. They don't just throw bodies. They're going to be very methodical with it. Looking towards that garage. Might be rewarded with one. There's a headshot and a good night. Now the Goyo canister is going to go off, and this is going to make it difficult for Team Liquid. 11 seconds left, but Soulless has just got to hold out. They get in. They start going for the plant, and it's just going to be an overwhelming force. Daffo takes that last kill, and Liquid's going to get themselves on the board.
Man, there's a good chance if Cade doesn't go down, he keeps that sniper shoddy, he wins maybe 1 or 2 more of those battles. The Goyo canister was preventing the plant from going down, forcing Elevate into trying to push the final attackers before they go for the plant, and Soulless was just, left on an island. That one was closer than we certainly expected. Right, in what looked like overwhelming odds for Team Liquid. An easy win, you said, as they were pushing in from the garage and down the stairs. Elevate got damn close. Liquid is not out of this yet, and they really need to lock in. You're talking about a 1 versus 3 or 1 to 3 at this point, so no team having a significant advantage or something that we need to worry about at that point. But if you take a look at the score line by itself, it certainly doesn't tell the whole story of this map. Elevate has been significantly better across the board, and Liquid almost feels lucky at this point to have picked up that single round. Now it's time to see if they can carry that momentum into a couple more round wins to tie this first half up.
I liked the play. I liked the extension. I did not like that they didn't have people closer to take that battle on. Right, somebody there to get the refrag. It was just free ones all the way down until there was 2 left. So could have been a good strat. Didn't quite work out that time, and instead of running it back, they're going to head to kitchen dining and set up a couple of that util outside. Banshees will slow it down as they try to make some progress towards that mez area. And a little bit of a switch up here by the defense as well. Clutch Drone's back on the board, of course. The Glaz is still here. I like the Dokkaebi call, right? They're going to try to make sure that they're sussing out exactly where defenders are this time. Not going to get hoodwinked by somebody playing down below.
Feels like Liquid's moving a little bit faster this time around. Entering the building, putting some pressure, hearing the windows open all over this map right now. It feels like a strong way to play this. So you got to continue to keep that pressure on the Elevate Academy team. Push them back. Tighten the noose around this defense. They've got it fairly well spread out at this point. Playing downstairs, holding on to this, and we're going to clear out the Malusi trap. Give them some options to move around. Right now it feels like the Flores drone putting in a lot of work to try and clear out this defensive utility, and the rest of the team backing him up with good intel. That's going to make it feel like maybe Elevate wants to switch in and maybe run and mute one of these future rounds to make this a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. Dokkaebi call is going to go out. They're going to find themselves sussed out in a couple of those locations. Cam's gone momentarily. Takes a shot towards the roof as Soulless was kind of able to use that intel to pinpoint that they're sitting heavy on that side as there was a couple operators over there. But in the end, minute 25 left. We still got all 5 still alive on both sides, meaning we could see an absolute explosion on the kill feed when this gets going.
Man, a minute 10 left to Elevate, sitting in the 3-1. All 5 left alive, though. Both sides playing a little bit more conservatively this time around. It felt like Team Liquid made a little bit of a quicker entry, but to take a look at it, still 2 or 3 of the players still outside the building. Nesk finally opens up. My answer's back as well, and that is a huge boost here to the Team Liquid attack. The problem is, time is ticking down. Will is going to even this thing up just a little bit closer. All the action happening upstairs on this second floor, and they got to make the transition down. W pinch, though, from Liquid.
Absolutely, yeah, just completely taken off board, and now inside a trophy, he's gonna see Tuber out trying to get active. They know somebody's close, flashes go out, smokes are there, and Glass is gonna push up, and he's gonna get rewarded with a freebie. Diaz rips him off the board. It's all gonna be up to Will now to bring this one back, and he's gotta be basically on pace for the ace. He found that first kill onto Maya. He needs to find 4 more. That's a good start. Finds a second, now onto the double, looking towards the walls, but it's not enough. The cross is there. Liquid finds another round, and that's what we were talking about, right? It's the slow start. It's the slow burn. It's the reading into the situation. You can lose a couple rounds if you figure out how they're playing in the process. 2 in a row, looking to make it 3.
All right. Elevate did the work. They put in a hard yards in that first quarter. They find all of the, the complete round rotate, 2F, first floor kitchen, first floor bar gaming. And since then, Liquid has answered back in a huge way. Find the basement and then the kitchen again. We're going to go to that third spot that maybe Elevate has got the opportunity, bar gaming. This one was very decisive for Elevate when they played it back on round 3. So it's what caused us going into that timeout. The problem is, yeah, Liquid is on a resurgence, carrying some momentum into this one. Feels like a little bit of a different team. Not a little bit. Feels like a lot of a different team. It was like that meme, like, come on, do something, as you're just poking Liquid, saying, like, what are you going to do here against this Elevate Academy team that was on fire? Well, finally here, nearly 30 minutes into the game, they have found a way to show up when it came down to it. So, if you're a Liquid fan, yeah, they're doing something now. Can they carry this forward? We're going to see the standard split or 3-3-half on Team Liquid's map pick.
Did you see that synchronization on the wall at the top of Mez? Perfectly lined up. This defense, they're locking in run. They're going to try to put themselves onto that 4-2 arena. C4 hole being made so they can try to stop somebody when they get onto that single wall. But look at this. Clutch Drone just having so much value right now. I'm talking Banshees. I'm talking default cams. And next, it's going to start taking down some of them laser gates.
There was some chat about, is Liquid too big to fail? Are they going to get their spot at the 6th Invitational because of their name? The problem is, of the 4 teams in the upper bracket, they are all T1 orgs. Team Liquid, Elevate, Loud, and Black Dragons are the 4 in the upper bracket right now. There's not an easy org that to completely dominate at this point, and I could honestly see any of those 4. Loud maybe doesn't have the history that Team Liquid or Elevate or Black Dragons have, but you know what? They can pull this thing off. 4 great teams, only 1 can make it to Paris.
You see the Vigil on board here, run. Boss G in hand. Start getting rid of some of that extension util on the attacking side of it. Honestly, Clutch having a huge aspect for it, but look at that. Romeo able to find the first. That's Reduct taken off the board, and that's your spearhead. That's the shield, the crutch point. He's gonzo. You lose the man advantage and the one that's bringing along an incredible amount of real estate taking capabilities. Oh, I love this Mira.
And take a look at it. The final minute of gameplay ticking down. I mean, Liquid, they've lost that shield. That is the spearhead here. You're going to do a little bit of a trade at the top of the blue stairs, but, man, that certainly favors the Elevate Academy side as now they're up 1 man again in a 3v2. Diaz and Mayas are still there, and, oh, how about that? The shot on the stairs as the Boss G wins the battle after you said his name.
That's right. You only need a pixel to find one, and look at that. Swings through, gets another beautiful round by Elevate. They secure themselves a standard split. Now it's time to switch gears. Now it's time for the op swap, and now it's time to see what Elevate Academy is bringing to that attack side of the board. We know Team Liquid locked in on defense. We saw it previously. Now it's time to see if Elevate's got what it takes to close this first map out.
The thing about it is we were seeing that Resurgence Liquid team gaining some momentum, so the fact that Elevate was able to stop them on the final round I think was very significant, right? Put a stake in the ground that said we are not going down without a fight, and they pick up the win, like we said, decisively on that first floor bar gaming side. That was the site that they needed to win, the place to do it. So Liquid, though, on their map pick onto defense, and they were nearly unstoppable. We said Elevate needed to pile up rounds on their defense before they had to try and attack this Team Liquid defense, and they honestly did a pretty decent job. 4-0 standard split, but against Liquid, yeah, I'm going to call that a win there for Elevate. Now, the problem is it's not going to be a real win unless they can pull off the whole map. So what do they got on stacking up here? The bands that they wanted to get rid of, the Malusi and the Denari. I honestly like the Denari band here because it feels like he has been very good on this map. There's been some W setups coming out, and if they caught any of them from some of that previous casting or from some of the previous matches in the open, you know what? That's a huge opportunity for them to try and identify where and when those Denari trip connectors might come out. So this is a great play, I think.
I think so too. I like the Denari ban. It just feels right. It's been so impactful. They used that similar strat on the other side too. I like it. This is a good question. Why was the Mesmira on the crouch level? Honestly, I don't know on that one. You know, if you have the hatch open, potentially you're not going to be killed as easily from down below if that vertical play comes into point. But honestly, I can't pretend to know the comms on why we got crouch Mira on the Mez. That'd be a question for the coach.
There's a good, it's similar to the way you play the Osa behind the shield, is that typically the crouch to standing motion, you can keep your crosshair in exactly the same place, and it can be quicker than the side-to-side peek with a little bit more control. So sometimes you see that crouch Mira come out because she wants to quick peek over the top of it. Honestly, and that works out very successfully sometimes, so we'll see whether or not that was the play, but that's one of the main reasons we see the competitive guys do it, that quick peek from the crouch to standing.
Yeah, but it wasn't on a soft breach. That was on a hard barricade, so only left to right was the option for it. So, yeah, like I said, can't pretend to know the comms on that one on my end of it. I think maybe though it's that vertical play, right? When you're crouched or when you're standing up and you're taking that battle towards the hatch, you just have more visibility. You're able to see it from a couple of different spots, specifically getting into that corner by the jukebox. So that would probably be my guess on that one.
Yeah, and the observer chimed in. I mean, it makes it a little bit easier to catch inverted repel watching from the window as well. So, yeah, you nailed it, Glitter, there with a little bit change in the sight lines where the attackers and where the defense is able to watch the attackers make that push in. So, speaking of checking it out, Zhao, huge pick there. 4, 5, and 3. Picked up a bunch of those assists along with the rest of his team. This Elevate Academy team, very well balanced. Everybody contributing at this point. No real standouts at this point, so they don't need to rely on individual heroics. They are winning as a team so far. But we're getting close to more than halfway through this round, and they've only got one pick down. It is the area denial of the smoke, though, that active area denial. All the Goyo canisters still in play besides the 2 I think that we've seen popped so far, but man, a lot of utility left in the hands of the Elevate Academy side. Need to get on it.
They find that man advantage by 1, and they took a crucial one off the board. That frag leader in the hands of smoke and takes some smoke base down as well, which is going to feel like a little bit of a success here for the Blackbeard when it gets in and ultimately starts to go for the plant. Still dealing with the consequences of the Goyo here with 34 seconds left, and that's where it starts to feel a little problematic, right? This is where you got to start moving because you still have 4 members. Dapo's able to take one off the board. Next able to find one as well before it gets traded back. Reduct goes down. Man advantage equalized and then had into the hands of Team Liquid.
Oh no!
Holding on to that defense. They find it by 1. Selma or Ace is the last alive. He's going to send some flashes in, but he's got a split approach. He's got to take for it. 7 seconds is not enough time to get this one done because of how far they're split apart. Huge play. Defense is going to find one and getting closer to getting this one equalized.
I love that strategy of getting outside the map. You have the constant red blinking words in the center of your screen, completely distracting you as he tries to take a double gunfight. And then the other gunfight he's taking is against an Azami on the other side of Piano, blocked off, giving him that bulletproof barricade to take some shots behind. Well played by the Team Liquid defense. That's what we expected from this team, was to be very strong. And Elevate, you know, they got close. They showed some moments of brilliance, but nothing that Team Liquid D couldn't hold down when it came down to it. We're going to see Kitchen Dining here as the alternative. Going to play another one of these sites, and yeah, I mean, if you're a Team Liquid fan, feeling pretty good about their map pick. Border is what we've got coming up next, so it's a very different feel
Attackers
for
need to
Elevate,
locate and defuse
but
as many
we
bombs
know
as
that they
they
want to
can.
find that win here first.
I'm happy that we get to see some more.
Attackers have discovered the
It
location
used
of
to
a
be
bomb.
until Nighthaven showed up. It was my absolute favorite map. I loved the aggression. I loved the quick takes. I loved the gap spotting and the punishment for making said mistakes. It's a fun map, and it has not changed much and still sits in that same similar vein. Got to get through Chalet first, though. You're right. Liquid, they're going to bring along the castle this time, and they're going to start locking down some of this
seconds to
site
insertion.
overplay, right? They're not wanting to see you just jump quickly into games and then
5
start
seconds to
sending it
insertion.
towards 45. You're going to have to work for this one.
I love the projectile deny here from Reduct as well. It's one of the things that Liquid had sort of been leaning into, is there's so many opportunities there for projectiles here on Chalet, and it's been sort of one of those that style of gameplay that we have seen on the rise. But teams had general not been reacting in the same way, just sort of having to work around the projectile rather than investing in the Wamai. So whether or not he's the the changeup that allowed Jaeger's ADSs to catch the Capital bolts, that certainly raised his stock. But you know, the fact that you get so many of the magnets, I think, makes the Wamai certainly a little bit more versatile, and especially on Chalet, where there's so many opportunities and places you're going to need those pieces of utility.
We see a little bit of damage onto the Wamai early on. A couple of the cheese ops on the other side of it. Will goes for the Ying. He's not going to be on tech, though. Not bringing that shoddy Reaper combo that has kind of become one of the fan favorites for Ying players. First kill, though, huge. Daffo goes down as Liquid's trying to tie this one up. They're going to find themselves having to do it on the back end of a man disadvantage.
And that was the top frag for this Team Liquid roster. I mean, Maya is right there next to him, but Daffo had been hitting all of his shots and had been the guy to pull up when they needed him to. You said it. Lots of intel coming out here, and Diaz just bobbing and weaving in the corner of the dining room, kitchen doorway. A little bit of a, I was going to say, man, a little bit of a risk or a lag for Reduct, as he had been sitting on 0-5. Finally picks up his first kill here on round 8. A little bit of a slow start, but you know what? Keeping his team in it. Now, they need to convert this one into a round win. Oh, man, I was going to say, are they going to jump out that window, play super aggressive on the defense? Right now, it feels like Elevate moving a little bit too slow. Got some trophy control here to put some direct pressure on the back of Kitchen, but nothing over on the top side of the map.
Yeah, air jab's going to ring out, and that's going to net a kill as Ness gets taken off the board, and that's off the chassis play. Mida answer back as the numbers get equalized, and Mida go down in the trade. All of a sudden, now into a 2-2. They're going to get the confirmation on Romeo, so still a potential to get Ness back up, but it's a dicey situation to do so. 2-2, no Candelas in hand, still got a couple of smokes, so a plant could be nothing. Can't happen now as diffuser is cold and the smokes are gone. All gonna be up to Will to try to bring this one back. He's got a 1v2 potentially to get through to do so. Oh, 1v3, they got him back up. Now they got that environmental ingredient, going to stop that at least as sight lines into making that push up. And yet again, here it is. The clock is running down. 7-second meta, is that what we're just going to call it now? 30 seconds, be damned. 15 seconds, get out of here. I'm not getting active till there's 7 seconds left on the board. That's been the theme of the day.
Yeah, and I don't think it's the theme we want to continue to be celebrating, my friend. I mean, 7 seconds is not enough time to be successful on the long time scale. So, you know what? Elevate, got to move a little bit quicker there. But that's the full, the first 2 rounds done. Gonna see the basement site, and honestly, it was a little surprising. I was expecting them to play the other first floor site here to start this thing off, but Liquid has tied this thing back up. Now, great way to start this off. Flawless on their defense to start, and area denial. I mean, they have got all the assets that they need. One more round away before we see those fourth
Attackers
quarter
need to
bans
locate
come
and
out,
defuse
and
as many
what are they
bombs
going to
as
be
they
looking
can.
for to try and trying to take away from this Elevate Academy attack?
Attackers have located a bomb.
And we'll check it out.
Okay, you said it. Basement. A little bit of a question mark. We'll see what they bring to the table. When we saw Elevate do it, it was a full investment into the extension upstairs, and Team Liquid just absolutely dominated that. Won their ones and came through with a huge victory, which of course started their march towards what we're now tied up here on round number 9. Mirror's going to be brought out. They're going to throw it onto the main breach. And honestly, I love when they do this, right? It provides so much opportunity to deny letting you open up that main breach. Not just because there's a mirror there and it's difficult to get your, Selmas in the right place once it's open, but you can also impact trick. There's C4 capabilities, and if you're distracted on a mirror down below, the run out from up top can be absolutely devastating. Primed, poised, ready. Blitz is there to send one quick, and they're going to try to get active, maybe towards this top floor player, or maybe just direct down into sight. I mean, defense is seeing only one person down in the basement, and look at that. They're just going to absolutely collapse on it. When we asked in the chat why we don't play the basement, it's this reason right here, right? It just falls apart for the defense. 1v5 now. Gotta see Daffo on pace for the ace, and he's got a blitz in his face trying to get that distance. He's not the attacker. He's got to make his way back down to that basement. He's going to have no chance. No chance at all. Flawless round. Red like a book. Pictures and everything. They come around with a win there.
You know, our observer noticed something funny. When you were talking about that mirror window, there was a Goyo canister on the main breach, and the mirror essentially caused the Goyo canister to cease to exist. It didn't explode the Goyo canister; it just caused it to disappear. So a little bit of a disconnect in the way that that the defensive utility was set up. Honestly, I like the mirror window on that breach better than the Goyo canister, but it was just funny the way that had played out.
Okay. Interesting. If you want to show a magic trick off, mirror Goyo combo on the Chalet snowmobile wall. W. Conversation starter. Elevate up by 1. They find themselves on the precipice of a match point scenario on map number 1. Team Liquid caught on the back foot for that one.
Yeah, 100%. So, as we're seeing, Elevate Academy picked up this, and the theme of this map so far has been, right, neither one of the teams again is being able to gain that momentum. It feels like they start to get a little bit of momentum and they make a couple of mistakes, or just play into a situation that the other team takes advantage of. Right, Team Liquid wasn't hitting all of their shots. Elevate was doing a great job of avoiding some of those mechanical skill engagements with long shots that Team Liquid was so good at. And then they start to play right into it when we get into round 4 and 5. Now as we've backed off into it, they looked like they had a good setup on defense. They played the basement, though, and hand off some of that real estate to Elevate Academy, who capitalizes on it. So as it's a little bit of a back and forth battle so far, it's been 3 in a row for Elevate, 2 for Liquid. And then Elevate, Liquid, Elevate. So no strong opinions here. So this feels very much like the Chalet game we saw from LFO, but just missing something. It's missing the pop. It's missing the pizzazz we saw from that initial game. So I'm looking for both of these teams to get a little bit more energetic and active as we're starting into what is the end game here on Chalet.
Okay, so they're going to see lots of denial. That Frost had a lot of value when we saw Liquid play it last time, able to take down the spearhead and placing it just slightly off from underneath the window. So if you're jumping in and you're shooting down, you're not necessarily going to hit that unless you've droned it and know that it's not quite in the center of the window. That's the way it worked out when they jumped in for the bathroom hold on the first one. Fenrir Gadget is going to go off as he's going to take another look, and it's going to be the pressure onto Blue immediately. Drone comes in as they're getting the intel. They know he's there, and they're going to potentially try to get this pincher. One from Library, and then put on.
Oh, what a W shot. Just
well,
unfortunate.
He matrixed out of there, though, right? Last bullet didn't find him on it. He lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was losing his life. The bullet just maybe just a hair low and it hits his chin rather than his skull to be able to take him off in that one-shot headshot meta. As we get into that 1 minute 30 seconds halfway through this round, man, no significant advantage again on either side. Maya and Zhao both have lost a little bit of health at this point, but the attackers still mostly outside the building. It is just the striker and the Capital who have made their push in to holding on to that 2F side, but they have to make the rotate over, clear out below the library side. So they've got a little bit of space. But right now, Team Liquid on the defense, yeah, kind of spread out all over, except no one on the second floor side of the map.
Man, dusted. Dafo gets taken down, and that's going to put equalized as Dokkaebi also loses their life in the process. The P90 from Nesk able to find one, and a good refract back, right? Then you still find yourself 4-4, and Liquid needs this one to tie it up, or we're going to see ourselves on a match point scenario. Health advantage sits into the hands of Elevate now as they're going to find the down onto Redux.
Oh, nice shot. Is he going to get the
fire?
Yes!
That one off.
Yes!
Yeah, get burned. A baptism as he gets absolutely top behind the bar. You equalize yet again. Nesk and that P90. He's going to find his life forfeit, though, as the 417 will ring out and claim one. Now, man advantage into the hands of Elevate. Yet again, going to be tied back up, but it's low health Maya. 7 seconds yet again. Plant starts going down, and they've got the cross set. It's a good night. Sleep tight. Only need one bullet to get that job done, and they do it. Match point scenario.
Man, good thing he was locked in. Absolutely, Maya could have won that battle, making the swing around the chassis. He was just locked in, right spot, right time, and Elevate 6-4 match point scenario on Team Liquid's map pick. Man, a battle of the Titans here in the SAL, LCQ. I don't think I'd even throw another acronym in the name of this match, but guess what? One of these teams is going to Paris. This is wild, my friend.
No kidding. No kidding. APL, LCQ on the SDS, LOL. We're getting there, my friend, and it's match point on map 1. It's a perfect for 2 scenario for Team Liquid to try to keep their hopes alive before we head into the incredibly aggressive border play that's coming up next.
You know, and you bring up a great point, right? It's one of the things about Chalet is it's got some features that feel like Border, where the map is really subdivided into those 2 halves, and it sort of forces some of that close quarter combat engagements, but it does give plenty of opportunity, 3 full floors, to the roamers to be able to move around, gain some space, you know what, play for some of those longer angles. Border is not going to have any of that. It's going to be absolutely locked in, and taking shots through that map. That may favor the Team Liquid Gunners, but it depends on how Elevate wants to play this one out. It is Elevate map pick, so they are ready for it. Liquid, they need to find the win here on their map pick. That means they got to be perfect for 2 to send it to overtime. They haven't had a lot of overtime maps today, but a lot of close calls.
Absolutely. When those bans came through, just to talk about it real quick, they did see the mirror go, which is, I mean, obviously the great call here. It's just kind of been that disruptive force. And speaking of disruptive force, on the other side of it, Blitz is going to be taken off the board as well. And so it's going to force some Blackbeard play, which arguably can be that better operator. At least he can go in there guns up with one that fires rapidly and with a high damage rate.
It doesn't feel like Blitz was that significant of an attacking operator that the Team Liquid needed to waste the ban on that side. But you know what? We're gonna leave it up to them. Romeo picking up a double with the thick lock. No way! What a huge play for this team. They're in a 5v2 scenario. This is looking like an Elevate Academy victory, my friend. Team Liquid's got to come alive.
Yeah, and they have got so much time on the side of Elevate to work, to get drones in, to isolate these two defenders who were a little bit split up, or no, are a little bit split up. I mean, it's sight over play here. Huge play. Diaz is able to take down the Blackbeard. That spearhead is gone, and now put some pressure towards that blue area as well, as the Grismot's going to go out. A little potential disorientation, but they've got a chance to get in and start to plan for it. Sen's Gadget's going to block off anybody looking from that piano window towards the highway there, and as the flashes come in, it's going to see the defense on a little bit of the back foot. Starting to get movement going.
Got a minute 11 seconds left. They need to be perfect. Diaz is locked in. He's the guy that's trying to find a couple of these, and they cannot rely, or can they rely on him to try and win this round? They've got a minute left, but it feels like less time as the walls are closing in for Team Liquid.
Yeah, we went from a minute and 40 down to 40 seconds just about left on the board. And yeah, it's starting to get those numbers close to equalizing up. And that's just the caliber of the player here. Ness,
what a play from Ness.
They're going to find one. Diaz onto the triple kill now as it just fell apart for Elevate. They had the win. They had it locked, and they have completely thrown it away. It's up to Will. He's got goo in the shoe, which is going to slow him down for this last 28. Picks up the diffuser, has to find a way to bring this one back, and this is feeling like a tough climb. 17 as it counts down. Info to be had is the BP and the camera at the top of Solar going to be pinpointing locations. 10 seconds. There's just no way that you're going to be able to get to a spot to take both of these on. It's going to have to be a bit of a plant. You got to do it on a retake scenario here. And they're going to find it into the 1v1, and that's unfortunately just not going to be enough. Yeah, he gets the kill, but with no time left, it's going to be a forced plant, and he's going to be able to come up and stop that in more than enough time. And what was a dramatic, dynamic lead in the round by Elevate has completely fallen apart, completely collapsed, and now Liquid is one away from tying this up and sending us to overtime.
Holy throw, Batman. What in the world happened to Elevate Academy as they threw that round away? That was theirs to win. Team Liquid, though, there is a reason they are T1 roster. Diaz and Ness could go crazy there in a overwhelming majority for Elevate Academy to put them one round away from tying this thing up. W plays across the board. Bar Gaming, the last site we're going to see for regulation. We're either going to overtime or we're going to map 2. As Elevate looking to close this thing
Defenders,
out.
protect your bombs
They threw round 11 in a huge way. Can they come back on 12? Can they lock in? Is their mental strong enough to take down Liquid?
And that can be a shocker, right? 5v2, a 5v2 throw, that can absolutely be a shocker, especially here on map number 1. But, I mean, at this caliber, right, all these teams, they've been in this position before. They have a little bit of that mental resilience to hold on, to lock it away. So Elevate, still their map to win. They're going to try it on that first floor. For Team Liquid's going to try it on that first floor. A little bit of bar gaming, and Zombie going to be part of that setup and hold on to that top floor play. I like it. Double drone duty here out of Elevate. They're going to try to get an active clutch again. BP is going to be gone. Take some of that default, and this is a good plan run, right? They had so much intel on Elevate and just allowed them to move about that top floor freely and kill indiscriminately. This time, the clutch drone is going to try to put a stop to that.
Yeah, if they can get the clutch upstairs to try and steal away some of these ADSs, that is going to be huge as well, because that Ness holding on to the top of that mess is going to be a significant push point that Elevate is going to have to deal with. And Ness was on fire, 8, 9, and 3, especially a couple of very impactful kills on that previous round. So they need to find a way to shut him down before things get too crazy. One clutch drone, I mean, it's used up, I think, all 3 of its charges at that point. He's still got one left, and yeah, there it is. One of those ADSs picks up. There's a second one. Man, just burning this offensive utility right now. Good news is they were able to clear out the ADSs, so now maybe some of these nades can get to work to push in and gain some of the map control off the back of it.
still getting some drone work going. Twitch now going to try to capitalize where the Clutch drone couldn't. Get rid of some of that. There it is. Fenrir Gadget's going to be taken down, and that's a couple of them gone and dusted now. As they've just been really going through and dealing with util quick. Liquid, all of the stuff that they had up in place, going to find themselves in a desperate situation once those flashes and smokes start raining in, and they don't have any of these ADSs. They don't have any of these Fenrir Gadgets to slow them down. We could be potentially caught on the back foot.
The thing about the Liquid defense right now is they are all centered over on this bar gaming library side of the map. They've got essentially no presence outside of the blue stairs over on the other side. And man, I was going to say that feels like an L right now. It is a ton of space available for the attackers to try and gain and get some angles on this team. And Elevate now has punished them into a map win on Chalet, stealing the Team Liquid map pick away.
Ooh, if you're an Elevate fan, you're rejoicing right now. Toppled the Giants, took down Liquid on their map pick. And now with that mental fortitude in place, now with that momentum in your favor, you head to Border, which is just going to be an absolute gun game. I cannot wait for map number 2. Took them down. That was crazy.
Map 2 is going to be great. We have not gotten a chance to see this Liquid team on one of the close quarter combat maps so far. We've seen Lair, we've seen Nighthaven, we've seen Chalet several times, but Border, no. This one, you said it, is going to be good. There are some absolute gunners on this team, incredible shots, and that is something that Elevate is going to have to be watching out for. And all of you that are joining us here again for the SI LCQs here in the South America League, appreciate you being here. It's time to get that lobby set back up for the next one, because map 2 and potentially the final map of the night coming your way.
That's right. And I just want to again say thank you so much to everybody that has followed, all of the subs that have come in throughout this LCQ weekend. In honor of hitting our 8,000th follower, we're going to be releasing a merch giveaway. That's right, we've got it. It's live. You asked for it, and it's here, my friends. So yeah, when you're gonna touch grass, make sure you do it with class and get yourself in some of that SDS merch. I'm gonna put the link down in there if you want to take a gander at what we got, but keep your eyes on Twitter because we're gonna be starting that giveaway very soon. Map number 2 coming at you as soon as we come back. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It was a banger first map, and Elevate Academy takes down the Giants. Team Liquid on map number 1. Now we head to Border, and just want to say a special thank you so much, John T, for the gifted subs to the community. We really appreciate you bringing out our custom emotes to some folks that might not have them. If you got one, make sure you say thanks to John T. Goat, you legend. We appreciate you having you here.
That's right, John T. Thank you for the gifted. All right, and guess what, my friend? It's time for Border.
Let's go. Border. Before Nighthaven came along, this was my absolute favorite map. It was run and gun. It was in your face. It was just making sure you're getting in, punching them in the face, taking space, get the plant, and go. Nothing's changed for Border. It's still that way, my friend, and this is going to be an absolute brawl right now as Team Liquid has got something to prove after their loss to Elevate on map number 1. I'm expecting to see some cheeky stuff.
Man, this was exactly the same kind of scenario we had going into this best of 3 to decide who goes to the finals yesterday. Crazy matchup between two teams. One a little bit of the underdog, one of the Goliath that was looking to shut down that team. And here we are one more time. Team Liquid, they lost their map pick. Elevate Academy up 1-0 in the best of 3. Looking to make a statement against the Goliath here in this situation. Because Elevate Academy, right? Can they take down, Team Liquid, a perennial T1 favorite, one of the oldest leagues, teams in the R6 leagues. And you know what? Here we are on board. It's a completely different place now. I cannot wait to see how these two teams play out this map.
Well, if the question is, can Elevate beat Liquid, the answer to that is yes, they did it. Map number 1 was dramatic, dynamic, and they found themselves a win. Can they do it when a little bit of ego and pride is on the line? As Team Liquid kind of got a little bit of a spanking on it? I don't know. They're going to be gunning for it. They're going to want it, and they're going to get active early. And by active, I mean run. We're double shield duty, Blackbeard and Blitz on the board. We're going to couple that with Diaz on the glass. They're looking to make a statement here on round number 1.
And the fact that Liquid banned out the Warden makes me think that they want to lean into the cheese op, right? And they brought along both pieces of it, the Blackbeard, the Blitz, and the glass to try and back this up. That is a very dangerous situation here for the Elevate Academy defense. They don't have the Warden trying to be able to work around. The only surprising part is they didn't bring along the Ying to round it out. Capital and Monty banned out on the Elevate Academy side, but look at this. The double shield tactic we talked about, pushing up, and yeah, they're going to have to deal with the Azami on the corner, but that's a short-term problem as Maya and Nesk both open this thing up with a double.
Yeah, Dafo does get down, but unconfirmed does put us into a 3-2 on the technicality. Then Blackbeard is out of it for the moment, but Kiva Berry's going to put some work in, right? Still holding on to security as those shields try to make their way up, put some pressure on to this main breach, which has been locked open at that halfway point. There's no way to secure that unless without the risk of potentially just losing your head. On the security side of it, we're seeing the slow creep here. Smoke going to try to make a statement onto the window, not going to find one. That's going to give away his location, and unfortunately, he's going to have to make the rotate around. A smoke onto that break room door is going to see him in a huge rotate, now going over to help assist the Azami. Try to hold this out for another minute 16.
I mean, from the Liquid attack side, they had basically backed off the east side balk. They had no real pressure over on that side of the map at all, which is exactly why Zhao makes that rotate over. He still got a pair of smokes in hand, but we saw the Team Liquid player make the late round rotate over one lap, but the problem is you cannot swing at the glass from that distance. Punishes Zhao for that extra swing, and now it is a 4v1 scenario for Will, and he has not been that guy to try and clean up and ace this round, especially when you just got nades and Flash is going to be lobbed at him constantly. +2 shields.
Well, 4v1 as they're able to get Dafo back up. This is a tough situation if you're Will Elevate here with 32 seconds left on the diffuser. Might take a second and just kind of talk about it, right? I mean, yes, you can put yourself into a retake scenario. You can potentially find it, but it's double shield duty. It's the Diaz on the glass, and they're going to find one out the gate, and they're going to do it with a little bit of flair.
All right, big win for the attackers, and the problem is for Elevate. We normally say border, attacker-sided map, but where is the place the defense picks up that win? 2F. The defensive stronghold on border, the easiest to defend, and Team Liquid finds a big win there. Now, off the back of a double shield play, and it felt like just moving very quickly, which felt like a change of pace from the way that they started out Chalet. They seemed to be locked in, maybe activated by the fact that they lost their map pick in what felt like a pretty decisive victory overall for Elevate, right? We were not expecting Elevate to win Chalet. They pull it off.
Defenders,
Team
protect
Liquid's
your bombs
surprised
from
as
being
we
defused
are,
by
and they're
attackers.
looking to get revenge now on border.
Well, they found it at least on that first one. They put Elevate Academy going, okay, well, you know what? Maybe they are here to play. Maybe they're about a little bit of that business. So a little bit more intention towards slowing them down, right? A huge investment into pace setters here. Arguably every single one of them going to lend to that tactic, right? The trip connectors, you got the Goyo canisters, the Banshees for movement as well. And then, double area denial in that, so you can't just get in and plant. And then the Solace on that intel, right? She's going to be the one that's around the map. She's going to be the one trying to make you miss and trying to capitalize off those early mistakes. So honestly, this is a great adaptation here out of Elevate to try to find their next one.
Now, taking a look at where the viewers, the the points are bet. Well, where do the people think? Who's going to win this round? And right now, it's heavy on the Elevate side. 85-15 that Elevate's going to pick this one up. So Liquid has got to work not just this Elevate roster, but the fans as well. Can they pull it off? Well, already had 30 seconds down in this, and you can see, I mean, hard push in through the detention side. All of this sort of to barricade it off. They're making it difficult for Team Liquid to get some sight lines in. And look at that, every single doorway window barricaded.
A little bit skewed on who the fans want to pick, as there was a little bit of putting some points in on the other side so that there wasn't just a win with no reward. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly where the fans are going to sit. I can tell you where Maya's sitting. He's going to be on cams now as that headshot rings out. Man advantage to the defense, and that is a great way to start this one.
Yeah, taking some shots down below, and it's interesting that the Liquid attack is so focused on that detention side. Typically, we don't see an awful big push onto that side, partially because there's a lot of opportunity there for the defense to make that rotate down the hatch, and man, Reduct pays the price for it. That's the diffuser down, and so does Dafo. Now in a 5v2 scenario, what a play here for this team. It was not even focused on the site right now. It had been locked in across the board and barely able to make it past the detention passport area before being shut down by this defense. Elevate, locked in right now. And we've seen Nesk pull it off. All right, never mind. We've seen Diaz pull it off.
Oh, just active outside of the map. They've got a 1v5 and just a dramatic answer back. They get one. He's going to pad the KD a bit as Romeo gets a little active towards the run out. Still in a pretty tough position, and time starting to dwindle. Diffuser's cold. This is, yeah, I mean, until you're starting to run. Now, it kind of is border, right? So the potential to just get active and claim them is definitely in the cards. The pistol's here up top, but they're going to be ready for it. Another headshot. Diaz gets ripped off the board, and it's the answer back to an aggressive first round is just fighting fire with fire on this one run.
To me, that felt like some questionable plays on the Team Liquid side from the attack, right? You're talking about this bathroom teller's site, which for sure the vertical play upstairs in the office is a significant part of that defensive hold, and the attack needed to try and get the diffuser down potentially in the bathroom through the hatch, or over on the other side of the mez area, right? We didn't see any of that. They pushed in through detention like it was a custom site. Or maybe a vent workshop site, and then having to cross the map. They're not going for the vertical. They're having to cross the entire map right into the waiting arms of the Elevate Academy defense, and it just looked like it was some missed plays across the board. Not what I expected for sure. No real play upstairs on the vertical. Nothing held in play, and that's one that Elevate should have won. So we need to see the adaptation here from Liquid. Lock in. Now it's the vent workshop side, and so we'd expect the same thing. Huge vertical hold upstairs from the defense on this the archive teller side. Team Liquid, that's the place we're looking to see them get the entry, get that space upstairs before they can really get a plant downstairs viable.
Yeah, I like it. Okay. Another shield duty. Clutch had a lot of value the last time we saw it brought out on Chalet. Banshee charges. Banshees are going to be here again as that ultimate slow down factor, but a little less so this time, right? We still have got a little bit of that area denial. We're still leaning into some of that potential lurk role in the Solus, but I don't know. I do like this defense. The Ella is always a question mark for me, and I get that it's for the shields for sure, right? You get a shield break when it hits the Grimmsmon, but I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Scorpion's going to find one.
Way.
It's going to be
no
DS
way.
Go down as well, and all of a sudden you just find yourself in a 5v3. Plant's going down, but the damage has been done. Nest taken off the board. Reduct gone. Dafo, the last alive. Kill is inside of 3. Needs to find 5. A perfect, a perfect nothing. It's going to be, well, sure, perfect on the Elevate Academy side, right? They just had an absolute banger round. They were a little angry about round 1, Run. They answered back dramatically both times. Elevate Academy, here to make history, here to make a statement, LCQ style.
Once again, we saw Team Liquid enter through the first floor of the map and basically pay no attention to the vertical. It looked like they had a cool kind of quick execute setup. They enter in very quickly on the passport side, immediately make the push over on a workshop and get that plant down really quickly. But the fact that they had no vertical meant no coverage upstairs. It was easy for the Elevate Academy players to just shoot down through the floor, kill the planter, dismantle the attack before it even really got started. And even though it looked, kind of flashy, it was doomed to die based on the missing hold upstairs. And Elevate Academy locked in, did exactly what they needed to do. And it feels like that's a couple rounds now, 2 rounds in a row,
Attackers
that
need to
Team
locate and
Liquid
defuse
made
the
some
bomb.
questionable choices on their entry in.
Do switch it up a little bit. I think to
Attackers
double
located
down
the
on
bomb.
the area denial is definitely a key process in holding on to this top and setting that pace. I like seeing the Legion come out. I think that feels like a little bit better of the option for me. Now they double up as the Ella is back again, of course, and that's a comfort pick partly, is that Scorpion is a fan favorite. Everybody likes getting active on those. But I like the Legion being brought out here. A little bit of intel with the BP, and of course those Goose that will just ultimately, potentially, stop you from planting, moving, or living.
Yeah, it feels like the Ella being brought out, the fact that on that round 1, Team Liquid brought out a pair of shields and were dominant upstairs on that second floor. So they basically brought the Ella every time since then to make sure that they've got something to try and deal with the shield. The strange part to me was we get into the ban phase, Elevate goes for the glass as the alternative rather than the shield this time around, or the Grim. They've been very consistent in banning the Grim across the board. Why run this one again? Glass, I think, brings a lot of utility certainly to border with all of the DMR meta that we're currently in, but didn't feel like it was nearly as impactful versus this Team Liquid attack than some of those other ops. So, and then same thing on the Liquid side, Denari. Again, didn't feel like he was the guy that was really the difference maker for Liquid losing some of those defensive rounds, and yet he's the one they gravitate to. So feels like they're playing it, following a bit more of a strategy rather than sort of adapting based on what we're seeing this particular round, this particular map play out as. And whether or not that's the right call is a bit of a question mark.
Man, he was there. He took the shot, but he's going to miss it. Look at this.
Wow.
Man, good for 2.
Double.
Nesk able to find one, and that's a complete answer back here. 5v2 on the other side of it. History repeats itself as round 1 looking a little dramatic. SMG 11 to find Maya off the board. Now it's going to be a shotgun close on radio window. He's wanting it. They're going to send a grenade in. They got a little bit of an idea that somebody's there. Doesn't want the run out from both sides, and that's the point, right? You've got one sitting at the top of VC. You've got one sitting radio window, and now as the Deimos ping goes off,
WC4!
Next, Reduct Dafo gone. The Kobe shot sends it long, and all of a sudden, Liquid, who looked so good, a 5v2 completely thrown away on round number 4. Starting to push in this shotgun, though. It's going to take it. It's a close
He
quarter
gets it!
comeback, and we are going to ace it. Huge play, not to be done. Holds down Canadian and gets the win.
Oh, man. Absolutely smoked. The ace in hand as Elevate Academy says bye to the Team Liquid attack. He goes 8-1-1. What a way to start this off. And after a dominant performance there from Elevate Academy, 3 in a row, complete round rotate here on all of the power sites on border. Team Liquid takes a timeout, and honestly, good call, my friend.
Yeah, you got to slow them down. You got to get a momentum break here if you're Team Liquid, which feels like a crazy statement to be saying out loud. Elevate Academy showed up. They're hungry, and at this moment, they're showing that they just want it more. Team Liquid, they're going to talk about it. They're going to talk about what went wrong, where are the gaps that they're getting exploited from, and how in the world did they throw a 5v2?
Great question. And right now, it feels like, again, Team Liquid just making some mistakes in the way that they're playing these rounds out. Almost walking into some weird situations, just allowing Elevate to take advantage of it. I thought we were going to see, maybe a little bit stronger of a play upstairs, but you know what? The double C4 hits, and that will crush your mental. And I think that's what we saw happen there, right? They
Defenders,
looked
protect
like
your bombs
the
from being
Team Liquid
defused by
looked like they
attackers.
had the attack on hold in the office upstairs. Perfect read into where the defender is playing, but you know what? He leans back and tosses the C4 shot right at the entrance to the office and hits an incredible double as they're stacked up on top of each other. It's not 1 in 100, but maybe 1 in 50 games you can hit that kind of a C4 shot. And the fact that 2 Liquid players were stacked up, they were excited about the prospect for trying to clear out office, and he punished them for it. So if that C4 doesn't hit, I don't think Elevate Academy wins that round. It was the turning point mentally and statistically to give Elevate the win.
Yeah, you're probably right. Huge double. But it did, and they did. 3-1 up on Liquid. They had a chance to talk about it. They had a chance to figure out what in the world was going wrong. And so now, hopefully, we're going to see some adaptation out of Team Liquid, or this one's going to be over in 2, which would blow my mind, at least on this side of it. Clutch Drone's in. Going to get some value. Going to get active. Going to get some Banshees. Got to watch out for the Mozzie Pest, though. Still bringing that intel to the table, but this time using the Commando instead of the P10.
All 10 left alive, getting close to that first minute of gameplay done. And all right, take a look at where's the Team Liquid attack coming, right? We're holding on upstairs from the defense. We're seeing none of the blue outlines upstairs on the second floor. They're droning over on the supply side. Nobody holding on to this spot. Are they going to try and make the detention push into customs one more time? Again, it just doesn't feel like that's the right play, but Romeo hits another mega C4 outside, and man, they just feel like they are nailing the lid on the coffin for Team Liquid. Now, it's a little bit early to be saying anything crazy like that, but when the mental starts to get chalked in the game of Siege, it can be difficult to come back. The difference is Team Liquid's that T1 org. I don't think they're ever going to have that same mental like some of the teams we've seen.
You think they're going to be a little bit more composure on the board? Well, Nesk is going to try to start to fight back as he finds the first casualty here on Elevate's side in round number 5. So a little closer to equalizing on that body balance, and now finding himself in a little bit of danger as he took a little bit of damage, but there it is.
There it is.
Equalized. Headshot rings out. Now puts us into a 3-3 scenario. Up onto the desk, looking to try to capitalize on somebody sitting directly in corner, but nobody is there to answer that call. In fact, we've got him pushed into the fountain. We've got him pushed into the main lobby, and then the big one still holding up top. A zombie still in the fountain area, so still a vertical that you have to deal with, or it's going to be exploited against you here very soon. There's 32 seconds left, Run. They're going to start to make their mark, and unfortunately, they might find themselves forfeit to the Azami as they come back down. Solus looking for the plan, looking for the call. It's going to be tucked into the corner, and they're going to get Diaz off the board. Now, man advantage back into the hands of Elevate. Again, they're doing it again, Run, as it's up to the top of the pressure of East, and it's going to be a shotgun in the hands of Solus to find it. Elevate comes away with another one.
Yeah, they're just playing a little bit crazy with the shotties, but Solus is the winner for that round for Elevate Academy. Sees the plant going through. It's a soft wall she needs to be able to shoot through to stop the plant in the default. And well, honestly, with so much smoke in play, I thought the Team Liquid thinking maybe we can get that plant off in the middle of all the smoke, not playing into or thinking about the Solus counter to the defuse going down. So, the unfortunate parts, I know, it's if you are a Team Liquid fan, Holy cow, they are getting a little bit rolled right now. And we talked, it felt like we had some of the same conversation at the beginning of Chalet as
Attackers need
Elevate
to
went
locate
3
and
rounds
defuse as
in a
many
row.
bombs as they can.
And it took us a long time to start to feel like Team Liquid had made some adaptations, had started to find some success. And you know what? I feel like a broken record saying some of that same stuff, but it just feels like right now the entries, the way that Team Liquid's approaching the entry into this map is playing into the way that Elevate likes to play defense, and they're just losing tons of those battles, not because they're having skill issues or whatever, but because right now it just doesn't feel like they've got the right defensive
10
setup.
seconds remaining.
There it is, my friend. We are
Attackers
going
discovered
to
the
see
location
a
of a bomb.
rehost. Unfortunately, it
seconds
happens in the game of Siege more often than we'd like.
True. Live siege problems. Rehost, I mean, I'm not even gonna say it. Actually, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna put the caster curse out there. We're just gonna
Hell
get
yeah.
this lobby step
Hell
back
yeah.
up. We're gonna try to see this one through and see if Liquid's got anything in the take to get past this completely aggressive Elevate Academy. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's the stunning conclusion of the second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Rehost is done. Dada Chavada. We sit 4-1. Team Liquid, a chance to catch their composure, their breath, and figure out if they've got anything in the tank to take on this aggressive Elevate Academy. Double duty on the area denial run. Solus back on the board. The shotgun in hand. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they have been just working it.
Yeah, Elevate Academy on fire and backed up by a little bit of the individual heroics, and for sure we know that Nux is going to be unhappy at losing his ace off the board, starting everyone back to 0-0-0. But don't worry, my friend, we won't forget. That was an incredible clip. Well played. It is going fantastic so far. So, Elevate Academy, right now, they've found success on every site so far. 2F, bathroom tellers, vent workshop, all locked in. They've avoided the customs, which, you know what, that's exactly what they should be doing if they want to continue to win defensive rounds. And Liquid, man, they haven't found success anywhere at this point. You're talking about the first floor sites are generally attacker sided. This is the place we're expecting Liquid to pick up a win, turn it into a 4-2 half standard split, although reversed, unfortunately. They've got their work cut out for them as Elevate moves on to attack on the stronger side, 1 round away.
They're going to catch the Goyo trying to play peekaboo with the Deimos down there, the west side of the map, and he's locked in. He's also got to rotate, right? That's going to allow him to get back to the archive side of things, should things start to fall apart pretty quickly with minimal time of actually being outside under a fire. But he's going to have to make that rotate potentially, right? And he does as he heads into armory as the Deimos ping goes out, and they're going to find
what a
one
shot!
right off the board. Yeah, Maya takes one. That's going to be a man advantage looking towards the east stairs, and they are going to get the down onto the Solus as Reduct finds one. Maya again on the double kill as this little bit of a break seemed to do themselves some good. They find themselves in a 4-2 now, but it's still got both of those area denials on the board, and we've already seen them lose this sort of thing. Nesk is able to find one, now puts him into a, gets the down onto the Dokkaebi.
Oh, what a trade!
Wow. Huge pick. Huge pick. They almost did it again, Ron.
Wow. Crazy. That time, Team Liquid, that time, attacks top floor, significant presence, direct over top of the site, and that was exactly what they needed to do. They played directly into where and when Elevate was trying to hold on to that top floor site. That is what worked. Trying to approach that bottom floor, take the engagement direct, and then fight up through the floor from an Elevate vertical hold that was very good, just was absolutely not working for this team. You called it. Take a little bit of a pause, and they showed up in a big way. That was exactly what they needed to do. And now, 2-4, though, is not the round count, certainly, that they wanted to carry into this. They wanted to be up on their defensive half in 4-2, the reverse. So Elevate had a big boost here coming in. The bans come in, the Grim and the Glaz, take the cheese ops off the board, and then Elevate, get rid of the Azami. I think that is honestly a great call. Azami is OP here on border.
Yeah, and then followed up with a smoke as well, right? So part of that area denial that is so pivotal for some of these spots,
Attackers need to locate
bathroom
and defuse the
tellers
bomb.
right off the vending window, of course, jumping in from AC as well to get your plan, or from the top of East. Like the smoke is a really interesting ban here, but it fits and it works, and it was used against them very well. Now, the thing that we didn't really highlight a super big amount of, you had mentioned, is that it's a 4-2 split, can be very standard, except it was on defense, right? It's just, and it can go both ways, especially when you've got yourself some very high caliber players, because, you know, you can win your gunfights for sure, but like that is one of the surprising factors to me, is it's not just that that Elevate won, but Elevate was winning on defense, and they were looking crazy while doing it.
All right, 251. It's gonna burn a little bit of time, but a little bit of a late round setup here. Opening up some of those sight lines. They're gonna run the Goyo, a little bit of that area denial, slow down City from the Fenrir. Man, he used to never be able to play a map of border without having a Fenrir ban because it was just so difficult. The critical push points in play, Fenrir was just absolutely too good. And right now it feels like the teams have learned to work around him. And if you had to go for the smoke or the Fenrir, again, tough call which one you let through. So we'll see whether or not this was a great call from Elevate or questionable, as they're trying to hold on to the security side. And got the drone up top, watching, waiting. You can see Will. Yeah, there it is. Maybe catching some of that Mez crawling around.
First kill off board, Reduct goes down, bit of an exchange towards the top of that east stairwell, and that's going to see Nomad with their life forfeit. Maya's able to get active and find one. That's a huge answer back pick, especially because that's going to be your flank watch done and dusted. They try to open up onto that main, or onto that 90 wall, but also, again, going to be stymied, going to be shut down, and going to be slowed down.
Oh, look at this jaywalking across to the 90 hall as he takes a shot down from the top of the east there, but doesn't hit anything this time around. We got a minute 23, half the round burned at this point, and only 2 players downed. Overall, we still have got a good defensive holdover on the security side. Look at this, Deimos is trying to make the push up, and it was a late round reinforcement that's going to block off that fountain side, and down finally goes My Hood, gone 3-1-1 after the rehost. Remember, rehost in here was the top frag for Team Liquid, so that is a huge play to be able to take down that top frag. And I mean, Elevate is ready. They're holding on. They've gained a little bit of this office control, but they need to make the transition over from Fountain in. They're going to try it. Playing the vertical down below and gets the down.
No, the double down, double duty finds it. Huge play, as now it's going to be back onto Diaz's shoulders, and the defense is crumbling apart. All of a sudden, it's a 3v1, and you got 30 seconds, so the potential to hold here is still a viable option, but he's going to have his own Goyo charges used against him. Parked onto the corner, looking towards the window, pushes in.
Oh,
not
no
going to
way.
be able to do anything about it. It's a pistol pop on the body drop, and Diaz finds his life forfeit for that one.
The pistol, I mean, Deimos is carrying around a hand cannon there to take down Liquid, and they go 5-2. And man, if you are just joining us, you came in at a great time to see this best-of-3 battle between Team Liquid and Elevate Academy. And this is for the opportunity to play in the upper bracket final in the LCQ here in South America League. And you know, we've been thinking Team Liquid was going to be that team all the way through, but they have just been struggling on this second best-of-3. They've already lost that first map. Elevate is up 1-0 in the best-of-3 after winning Chalet 7-5. And it came down close to the wire, almost overtime. Elevate was just better consistently, constantly across that map. We were thinking Team Liquid was going to make the adaptation here on border, but it has been the opposite. They have looked worse coming into border than they did on Chalet.
Gonna try to switch it up here. Tough loss, take it down to the first floor. This time they got a little bit of some pace going on. This is a good adaptation run, right? We see the castle on board. Definitely going to force their hands in some util, force you to bring some operators along to specifically deal with the castle. And then back it up with the Mira and a little bit of intel from Valkyrie. This feels like a good adaptation in what Team Liquid was bringing to this defensive side of things. Will it be enough? I mean, that's going to remain the big question.
Well, with 245, we're about to get into that, but no way. Dafo goes down again. The DMR, the camera, is the thing that takes him down. And, man, we are in a DMR era right now. And Romeo just punishing this Team Liquid attack, or Team Liquid defense with it. Castle's already down, but he's defensive, you know, the passive util, it's already all down. But look at this. They have pushed in crazy downstairs, and they feel like they're falling victim to the same thing that Team Liquid was struggling with on attack. Bottom floor push with no vertical control is just a recipe for disaster. What are they doing on border?
Man, you're on the precipice of a match point scenario, and that feels like a tough one for sure. So they do make their way, still holding on to this first floor area. Flashes start to ring out, looking for a potential opportunity for a C4, and a Deagle in hand's going to open up the rotate just a little bit more as an environmental ingredient screams out. There's the Warden that goes down. That's part of that vertical delta here. Now the last one up there, as Diaz is going to try to hold on and maintain a position not to get in and make that plant. Equalized on the number count, minute and 31 left to go. Feels like we're potentially still living in Elevate's world, and with that going down, 2 in succession.
Oh, no way!
Now down into a 1v1 on the precipice of a match point scenario. It's got to be Nesk to bring this one back. Starting to open up. Got some of that top floor control, can make the drop down, but Fuser's in hand. Instead of dropping hatch, he's going to take a quick peek at it from the bottom of the east stairs. He's got a little bit of potential intel on where they're actually at, and a little bit of safety as he pushes in. Sussed out. No damage done. He gets himself in. Potential to get that plant. Takes the
No
shot.
way!
Absolutely
No way!
devastated. Absolutely devastated.
He
Outplayed.
beats Nesk?
Yeah,
What?
outplayed. Sheesh.
Oh, man. Elevate Academy has put on an unbelievable performance here on border. They have come down to match point scenario, and it is not just match points, my friend. It is match point, series point, and semi-final point, as Elevate Academy is now 1 round away from moving on to the upper bracket final and sending Team Liquid to the lower. And honestly, a play that there's no way we came in today saying that was going to be the case. We were talking about how Team Liquid, how far ahead were they going to be. But man, they have absolutely struggled in this second best of 3. This is a fantastic team, a great team, a legendary team. But right now, Elevate has just got their number in a way that is, it feels unpredictable.
Yow. Yow. Have to be perfect for 4 to drop down into the lower. Elevate Academy, of course, their main roster sits in that APL division. You know, they're all watching and hoping for a victory here. Trying to find some dominance in 2 separate regions. Team Liquid, they're on the back foot run. I can't believe that we're saying that this is potentially over in 2 and it isn't Liquid on the other side. We need something magical. We need a map 3. And Liquid, you gotta step it up. You gotta get the sleep out of your eyes. You gotta take a couple drinks of your G Fuel, whatever it is, to get active and get going. Now's the time where you're battling out from the bottom.
And we've seen them pull it off. We saw this exact scenario versus LFO earlier today with this team. They managed to pull off 4 in a row to send that one to overtime and then eventually go on to win that map. Team Liquid can pull this off. The problem is, we just haven't seen those moments of brilliance. They've been making too many mistakes, not capitalizing on the Elevate, losing some of the opening picks as well. This just has not been going their way in a variety of different ways. And that's the problem, is there isn't one singular thing right now I feel like we can point to say, yeah, just lock in on this. and Elevate is going to be in a tough position. No, there's a variety of things that they need to work on. I do love the fact that they're using the castle to try and block off all of these sight lines and then hold on downstairs. But look at this. Elevate again playing the vertical down below when you've got a 2F bomb site, and doesn't feel like they're playing this in a way that is going to lead to success. They're going horizontal over from east. They've got a few of the assets in play. It's going to come down to who wins this opening battle.
I thought you were about to copy Pasta Liquid there, Run. I would be fully honest with you.
Ha! I thought about
On
it.
your more than one mistake, I thought we were headed there, my friend. Oh man. Okay, well, Monty sitting outside of East, he's just going to play that info game at the moment. He's going to make sure that he's trying to get as much intel as he can, point out to where these defenders are sitting at. There's a couple of C4s on the board, and one of them's already expended to no actual use, right? They didn't find the kill on it, so unfortunate that piece of util is gone. The castle in place here, holding on to it, forcing into some awkward angles, some disadvantageous gunfights, feels like a good call. Gonna be able to do some damage onto that mirror window, maybe force it to get opened up potentially. They're checking all the boxes, Run. Elevate is looking to lock this one up.
They're taking their time. Feels like they're moving just a little bit more cautiously, right? Making sure that they understand exactly where that Team Liquid operators are at before they make the push. And that's exactly the way to try and pull this off. But Reduct wins one, but it's answered back in a couple of trades ringing out. 4v3, 4v2 as Maya hits exactly when he needs to. How about 3 for Liquid to close this one out? The defenders win upstairs on the second floor, as it should be.
Okay, perfect for 4. That's a good start. You find yourself one, almost halfway there to bringing this one back. They get it done. But Run, you said it. That was on the top floor. That was the site that they should have won. We expected that. Now it's time to get it done anywhere else. The final bans are going to ring out here. Deimos and Castle. Oh, no. Oh, a little bit of a target ban there, and with good reason. It was great at setting the pace, right? It was great at forcing you in to some really off angles, some disadvantageous gunfights, and Team Liquid came up with one for that. This time, they're going to have to do it sans those barricades.
Yeah, we talked about that right at the beginning of the round. That I love the fact that the castles were just blocking off so much of that area upstairs and forcing the Elevate Academy attack to expend a lot of util to try and open all of those up. It just kind of slowed down the whole progress, and eventually was one of the reasons we saw Liquid defense win. Certainly off the back of Maya going crazy, who's currently sitting at 6-2-2, the top frag over on the Team Liquid side post-repost, but Deimos, too, was a big piece of why Elevate Academy was having a great run. That hand cannon that Deimos carries around was devastating. So, good target bans on both sides of this, and honestly, it feels like Team Liquid got a little bit of a boost here as they carried themselves past the quarter, the end of the third quarter, into the fourth, and gets that extra ban to take away Deimos, makes their setup just a little bit more viable. So, they can pull this off. Got to do it downstairs. They're not going to see Vent Workshop. They're going to go Bathroom Tellers. They lost this on round 8 to Elevate when they went on to that match point scenario, and it came down to that epic 1v1 gun battle at the bottom in sight. That honestly could have gone either way. The fact that Nest loses that one, I bet 9 times out of 10 he wins it.
Double duty on the Scorpion. Ella and Denari there. Like it. They're bringing along that Rotero to try to flush him out. The Senzon here feels like they could see something a little spicy. I like the way we've been seeing the Sens used, not necessarily for that like quick plant or to block off for the plant, but blocking off sight lines that would normally be available, sitting out on the highway windows, pushing up to get your hard breach, your thermites onto the main breach and stuff like that. So a unique use of the Sens here that we've been watching out of the SAL and APL these last 2 days, and they're
going to pull something off just like it right now as well, as they're going to try to get active towards that. Maya finds one. Will gets taken off the board. Huge play, but answered back immediately as Diaz goes down. Puts us into an equalized 4-4 with plenty of time left on the board.
Yep, good answer back from both of these teams. So even though Diaz is down, he's got his passive util in play. Maya is the one that they've got to watch out for. And no freaking way! I say his name and he's gone?
What are you surprised about that? Chat, if you're a Liquid fan, it's Racing ENGR on Twitter. Go at him. Tell him that he cashed or cursed your boy out of there. And that puts us on a back foot if you're a Team Liquid fan. Now they're down in the man advantage. Now it starts to get a little spicy. They're able to answer back, equalized, taking us into a 3-3 scenario. Just over 60 to get it done. A flash, ill-timed, is going to allow the Souls to drop down, but it's going to be taken down there as well. Run, they claim the man advantage, and now the plant's starting to go down. But that
Nesk is on fire!
Vertical was not dealt with. Answered again, now into a 2v1. It all rests on the shoulders of Dapo to try and save this, to try and bring this back. They don't have diffuser. It's cold in sight. He hears the drop down. The flashes start to come. 37 seconds that he's got to hold on for. He's got one trip connector and a dream to try to bring this one back. They're holding on to the angles.
Alpha wins it!
He takes it into a 1v1. The F&G is going to sit and reign supreme. Diffuser still down cold inside.
No way!
Hit it. Chat, and Elevate has the Giants dropped out the grid, and they send them down to the lower bracket. 7-3. They came to play.
Man, I am absolutely in shock. 7-3 victory for Elevate Academy as they pick up an incredible win when it came down to it on the map 2. They didn't even give Liquid the opportunity to fight it out in a map 3. Fantastic play from Elevate. I mean, they were locked in today, and honestly, Team Liquid had a great day all day. They showed some moments of brilliance, but clearly struggled just a little bit when they got into the second best of 3. The good news is, if you're a Liquid fan, not an elimination game today, not an elimination series, as they get to go now fight it out in the lower bracket. And there have been some teams that have had incredible lower bracket runs. TSM, G2, just to name a few. So all is not lost for this Team Liquid roster. And if you want to see them in the 6th Invitational, man, you're going to need to watch the next 2 days as the rest of the bracket is played out, because today the playoffs, my friend, is done. We have punched Elevate Academy's ticket to the upper bracket final.
Wow. Pure, unabided freaking cinema. Like, I couldn't have called it, and it was exactly what we wanted here for our last day casting in the SAL LCQ. Just beautiful. Elevate fans rejoice. Team Liquid, it's back to the drawing board. We're going to have to come up with something. We're going to have to take a look at it, because that was a tough one. That was a tough one.
You know what? And this is it's honestly a little bit bittersweet for us too. Is that for the past 2 months we have had the opportunity to cast all of the Last Chance qualifiers, and a big special thank you to Blast for allowing us to be the official casters for NAL, APL, SAL, and a little bit of EU. We got to jump in on there as well, but plenty of time covering all of those NAL LCQ games, and then to join these other regions as well. It has been a fantastic journey overall for us, and we cannot wait for the 6th invitation to see the teams that we all got to enjoy here on the Siege Double Shot stream make it onto the main stage in Paris. Man, everybody's dream, and we want you to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want more of that Siege action, it's T4 through T1. We're just here to get the job done. You can follow us at Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at Racing ENGR. And together, we're the Siege Double Shot, trying to bring as much Siege to the community as possible. And if you go keep your eyes on that Twitter, that's where the giveaway is going to be at. Go get your follows in now, because very soon we're going to be releasing, well, we already released the merch. The merch is available. You can head there. you can get it right now. Eat, Sleep, Siege. But very soon, celebrating our 8,000th follow here in this journey, we're going to give one away. We're going to send one out, and somebody's going to become an official part of the SDS fam merch style. When you touch grass, do it with class, my friends. If you want to play, we're playing Siege all the time and a variety of games. If you hit that discord.gg/doubleshot, you can come hang out, share a drink, share your successes, lament your woes, whatever is befitting. We're going to be in there. We're going to be doing it. Man, what a game.
Yeah,
I think that's it, Run.
Yeah, there was some tremendous milestones this entire weekend, and so close. We're looking to try and earn that Twitch partner spot, so we appreciate y'all being here with us. You said it. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the gifted. Thanks for the tier 1 sub. We appreciate y'all being here with us. And again, big thanks to Ubisoft for supporting us as content creators. Double Shot code in the Ubisoft store. When you pick up those elites, use that anytime. Big thanks for Blast as well for whitelisting us as a part of the Community Cast program. We love all you guys. Appreciate it so much. Thanks to Unnamed and Rennie, our observers throughout all of the LCQs, a big part of the Siege Double Shot crew. Y'all rock.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, folks, we did it. We're there. We got to the end of it. And now, unfortunately, we are at the dreaded part of the evening where we must, alas, bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.